it on mine till like midnight to something, and that's what I try to set up. But
Stay
it
for
just
as
messes
long
up
or
my
as little as you
sleep.
like,
It's horrible.
but it's gonna be long.
Yeah, put the, you put the executive sessions in the room.
Okay, live stream's
Well,
on,
it'll be a-
so
it'll be a brief
it's
one.
down.
Our attorney's only, is, usually does, he's only able to 6:30.
Hi, John.
So that portion of the meeting will be over by 6:30, no question.
All right.
And that'll be all of his stuff, which takes us all into the EDC. So the, all the EDC won't take longer than 6:30, because the attorney will come. And then everything after that, now the rate discussion, and the bond discussion. Looking good.
I was.
Yep, okay, that's right, yeah.
What is the difference in jacket? I've got one back there. Good. Are you allowed to be on what we're doing?
The hanger? I believe so, thanks for probably.
Diet. We're approved contract.
It's gonna be.
We're approved contract. We don't have- It is $200,000. And that's really, it was WS, but that's the grant. Yeah, not quite. So it'll be that. Well, thank you, Congressman. I mean, that's really, without his call, we wouldn't have gotten that.
So I had suggested that, remember when I had that appearance here? They asked me to monthly,
Yeah.
and I just get his ear first.
Well, his was,
You got a hold of him on back over.
well, I don't know if you remember, but I made the call. I don't know if I talked to you or Dave or somebody, but you know, I was meeting with the contractor or the congressman early on. And I was first introduced to her, and I was trying to what he asked for.
How are you?
So that was the only.
Ready to go fly to Charleston
So
for
the
the
good
kids'
thing, we were on the
ring
radar.
ceremony? It's at 5:30 morning. So if you see my dogs running from the house, they're home alone with Joe.
I'll hang out with them. I'll keep them company.
Yep, yep, yep.
I'll just be like, I can't go playing with dogs right now, so.
Well, you can have Loki as your backup.
Running around. Doing getting trees.
Hey, Loki will tell him the business.
Give them best.
And then I got a better picture of Gwen finally. She's not done shedding.
No, I think we're okay. I was,
But no, I had to
thought
go
that we
by
would actually end
since
up
he'll be in his
reducing
full
our
service
number of
dress.
slides
I'm
by
gonna
doing
buy
like,
a
I was talking
formal
about
dress.
the financials,
Huh?
but it's still the same number of slides, right?
Well, it's nice. From.
Oh, no, I didn't want to wear my
You didn't
uniform.
change the
No, just
number.
like I'm retired.
No.
Blue ID card says, what?
Exactly.
Because I think it still showed
No,
56.
this
I was
is-
like, oh, that's a,
So
but I didn't.
that's the uniform they'll be wearing.
They're nice.
Yeah.
I hit this.
So yeah, I didn't want to
Okay,
detract
So
from
they're
it.
there, like it's not.
That's all right. Some people were like, why don't you wear cowboy boots with it? You know, Texas thing. Yeah, no.
So
That's all I need is for some,
Notice
you know,
some slides.
what do we have here type thing.
One of the things I will stress is that this is a
Well, no,
presentation.
you guys switched days.
We don't have any
I'll
decisions.
off on those Tuesdays.
We are looking for their input.
No, I know, but it was on the opposite end.
At the end of the presentation, we'll take whatever they
I've
tell
been
us
on the same
tonight.
schedule.
You now go back and
We've been
revisit
on the
it.
same schedule for less than 15 years.
Well, I know that, like your
I wouldn't say
Tuesdays,
that.
I'm off every other Tuesday.
Don't say that.
Just with that, we have been, I was ready for that. So good.
How's the family doing?
Good. Hanging out, my wife, she's, doing
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. I'm gonna add a few slides.
That is
So
awesome.
I didn't do anything cool.
How are you?
But no, she's loving it.
Yeah, but she was there
Everything
for
about
you
you
always
always
for
was there
serving
when to update your packet,
So,
so
I
I just
mean-
changed it.
How are you, sir?
She's got a new nurse practitioner.
Good.
I just got
She's like showing
I've been out of
like
office.
JT.
Approve one from there.
Okay.
We will not have a Todd
Changed
today.
it 3 times,
So
so you didn't.
you may need to
Alright.
take Todd's
This is the
seat just so you can
latest
kick the
I
mayor.
haven't all day, so if you sent it today, I haven't
That's
seen
the,
it.
I mean, that was Todd's role.
Did it for the third time.
And he did tell me,
Today.
I guess I'll tell her,
It's
I'll tell her,
crazy.
or I'll tell Phil.
We saw
Because
that,
And
he has a
how
report
old? These are,
and everything
chocolate
from
covered
Congress.
and he really does get help.
I was beginning to wonder.
Staying on task and on time a little bit.
And then we have.
25.
I've kind of given up on him.
Yeah.
So don't give up.
And don't tracks, control all Americans. So, yeah, so they're saying,
Brownie bites.
they told him not to, and she turned around and.
White would never give up the game ground.
Actually, a military base.
Yeah.
Where you can
With-
safely evacuate
Yeah,
people.
it automatically.
Live stream is on.
It is. It
Because we
is.
were at the end at Camp Vance.
Yeah.
All the way down there by the
Yeah,
other
but we
little
still,
shop.
the whole thing was ours. We could get our planes safely in and safely out.
Yeah, and they're just like, oh, you're good, keep it. I've never been to Camp Vance, just modern.
Yeah, but still, I mean,
Why would you, yeah, just like tactical decision making.
exactly.
Are you serious? Yeah. Tactical decision making out the window. It's like, yeah, let's just do this.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I was talking to
Hello, Darren.
her nephew.
We got cigars?
oh,
She brought you a Halloween tree.
They brought him
What's that? Oh, yum. That's cute. Love it.
just to be real, we did, that's right.
Yeah,
Minnesota Army National Guard, they did ILO and LUA.
Right, right.
They were in MP, so they didn't feel like they were the guys, and they're like, hey, you're in MP now. So we showed them, like, hey, we go down there, cut across. So we're like, hey, don't go the same way.
Well, I've got that presentation I'll do on the laptop, but I've got the book.
So, why you guys are like, yeah, okay, cool, we're good to go.
Third
All right,
time
cool.
we changed this.
We got
This is the last one.
And they took
And I double-sided it, so you'll have to kind of flip through. The one you have
Howdy.
now.
Yep.
the same term.
Sounds good.
Rearrange it.
Literally a week ago, we're like, don't go the same way
Yeah.
twice. And like, yeah, okay, we're good. They go over a ID. Or like,
and you guys, I didn't get
and it was super nice. Minnesota guys, just
Yeah, but still, I mean,
yeah, and they, that's like,
number one, that's,
yeah,
yeah,
don't do that.
you
And they're
vary
like,
your routes.
yeah, and they're like, okay, cool, we'll just do that. And they ended up, whole truck. Yep.
I saw the banner thing.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
I must not be online.
Bang deal?
I'm assuming, yeah.
It's my phone that.
And I was gonna contact someone to come and I got all that.
Your
So
guess is
one
as
of
good
y'all
as
will have
mine.
to read into it. So I thought, well, I was gonna-
Yeah, I know, I was wondering,
Maybe more. I can't remember.
looks like a witch's finger. I just look, looks like a witch's finger. Maybe some press to stick on them.
James, he's getting the Pastures Coalition back together.
Very good.
I told him,
Yeah, you gotta go.
I'll probably send today.
I got the witches.
Yeah, mine was more, let's say, organic colored.
Yeah. Yeah, Parrot that asked me what our meeting date was, that way they, he may not, but they would write down their notes, and it's-
Deborah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're welcome, and when there's more
Okay,
in the
let's
sheriff's
see.
office, because you're gonna probably do it. You guys bring it back in here, we'll see.
So she says she updated stuff today, but I don't know, well, that's not it.
Yeah, I did the last one about 20 minutes ago.
I hadn't shown up here yet, I'll wait.
You got one in there, and then it should, I put it in, so.
I know,
when
but
you
it's
open
take,
it up-
there's
It takes
a
time.
lag time.
Okay, okay. It's probably confused.
No one fighting. Before we do that,
You do wall-to-wall counseling.
I remember when I first joined on, we used to do that. You go.
I have
and
regulations.
Go in your room, sort it out, come back. If you said it, basically, go in your room, sort it out.
The Air Force has a regulation called wall-to-wall counseling, and it details. My copy's in a box. I kept that.
By the way, were you at the register at the hardware store today?
Yes, I was.
Well, Joanne said that she thought that was you when she bought the 2 cans of paint.
Yes. Yes, that'd be neat.
And she said, I realized that on my way out, and decided it would be weird if I go back in just to say hello.
It's all good.
I know.
Yeah, no, they
She
told
worries
me.
about
So
things
when
like
have you
that.
shied away from weird?
Oh.
I'm talking about Joanne.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, no, they pulled me back over here to this store for a
Yeah,
time
well, I saw you there the other day. So.
Yeah.
Just tell them Paul, my Great Pyrenees love me most in dark shirts.
Have the same problem.
They're like, I want to snuggle with you now. I can wear the white shirt that matches them. And they're like, you're all right.
You can't tell how much I love you if you're not wearing a dark shirt.
You're not wearing me.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just deal with that. I got yesterday's agenda, but not today's. So it's just the update on the Cagney?
Yeah.
Okay. Garney, sorry. No worries.
Yes, indeed.
I don't think anything in that was going to affect my decision anyway.
We could. I've tried it.
My early stop today was Medina Lake. My second stop today was Blanco County. Just about 4 miles south of Blanco.
Get over it.
Go finish up the 500 acre survey and then come back quick. To San Antonio at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
That's why I was watching the weather and
Gotta
so
have
we're
just a couple of things done.
supposed to have a storm.
They come
Come
back.
on,
They're like, you gotta redo this, redo that. Hey, what's going on? Good to see
The
you.
weather, and they said about 10 o'clock tonight is when the storm should be.
So we should be just getting out of here.
And they said we're supposed to have pretty good rains tonight, but Saturday is when it's supposed to have possible flooding rains.
I saw 26. Well, good, you're down. I counted this one. I felt like you're first, because I didn't have to come out. 1, 2, 3. I was like, oh.
When are the rains
It's
coming?
the last
At
meeting.
10 o'clock
My
tonight.
daughter was sick. I had to go.
Yeah, we should be just getting out of here, right?
Oh, just in time to get the deluge.
She needs to go. She's one.
So let's make sure we delay it until.
Yeah,
We'll be executive session talking about
yeah.
their
Tap out.
bring the president, it'll be a good time to lay it on us.
Yes, indeed.
My pens keep disappearing. I put like 6 pens in here.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, they said, so all the way through like, what, Sunday or Saturday?
Saturday, yeah, Sunday, Saturdays, they said it was supposed to get heavy. I looked at Joe and I was like, yeah, see, I leave and you get ready.
I just didn't clean our garbage again, and so when we left it out, money falls all over.
You all figured out how you
No,
gonna
that's
use
what I know.
your driveway slash parking
What my
lot
house
for your
is.
house. Every time I drive by, you have cars
Because I don't fly back to Monday.
Depends on the cart.
I'll have puppy friends.
Did you see Carrie's latest investigation? The white Rubicon that was there?
What was it? Right, I figured you had family business.
No, she was trying to
Trying it out?
Yeah.
So she's in the process of getting a new car.
Yeah.
Trying it
So they
out.
let her borrow it, and we brought it back, and we're like, okay, we gotta wait a week. And they texted us like an hour later, said, somebody just bought it.
Oh. Well, I understand Jenny Bain's birthday is today in Bradford. I called him and he was on his way over to Hondo buying her a new Ford Excursion.
Nice. I don't think they
It's the
still sell
one,
those.
no, it's the one above the Explorer. What's that?
The Expedition.
Expedition.
The Explorer, I don't think that was the big one.
No, big
That's right. So it's the one right above the Explorer. Because she had
First one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
She
Carrie's.
didn't have
The Expedition.
Is that what you had?
That's what we have. Yeah, we have one right now. Nolan. Deborah, you about ready?
Yeah, that was just like a couple of weeks ago when they had you guys had that chase that came from like Uvalde and everything. And the guy was in some kind of pickup truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Finishing it off.
The motion that I don't know who's doing it.
yeah, because I was coming this way to and I saw the car go like the truck go like this. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Then I see, no.
Okay, recording.
Yeah, I remember.
All right. All right, break it up, folks. No wall to wall. All right, we're going to bring this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Let's start with roll call.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey, District 2.
Philip King, District 3.
Todd Shearhart, District 4 is out today,
Herb Dyer, District 5.
and Darren Schroeder, Mayor. All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Please remain standing for the invitation. And we do have the Pastors Coalition that's coming back together, and I think they'll start helping us out the next one, but if you're all right with it, I'll pray us in. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to really serve the people of our city. Thank you for the great things that you're doing in Castroville right now. Please be with us on city council and elected officials, city staff, to do what's best for the people that we represent, to do things that are that honor you and that demonstrate your love, your caring, and your command to be responsible. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, next item is citizens' comments. If anybody would like to speak for citizens' comments, please state your name and address, and just try to keep it to about 3 minutes. Anybody? All right. You guys know? All right. Okay, next item is consent agenda. So we have the minutes for September 14th, 2021, regularly called council meeting, the TxDOT ramp grant resolution, and the amendment to the comprehensive fee schedule. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, the next item is public hearing on the designation of reinvestment zone number 1, that is TERS number 1, City of Castroville, Texas, located in the eastern portion of the city, north of and along Highway 90, adjacent to Walmart, at 1151 Highway 90 East, also known as Alsatian Oaks Development. We're going to open the public hearing at 5:04. Did we have anybody that wanted to speak about the TERS? Okay.
I don't have a presentation or anything that goes along with this. We do have, it is an agenda item, and we will get to it after our executive session.
Okay. So close the public hearing now?
If no one's speaking.
If nobody's speaking, okay. We're going to close the public hearing at 5:05. The next item, and I apologize for putting this, we normally try and put executive session at the end, but we had some commitments that folks had to deal with, so we did have to put it at the beginning, so please forgive us. We're going to disappear for a few minutes. We're going to go into executive session. So the City Council will meet in closed session under provisions of the Texas Government Code Section 551.071 entitled Consultation with Attorney, and Section 551.085 entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations. The subjects today are Alsatian Oaks Development, Victory Lane Development Agreement, creation of Economic Development Corporation,
That's it.
and that is it. Okay, we're going to go into executive session at 5:05.
Live stream will stay on. Just to let you know.
Can't see when you're here. Well, as long as you're in front of the camera, we don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Don't get me all hyped up. Yeah, I know. start like this.
That was probably, we started 13, that was probably like late 60s. She was up in, you know, when somebody had done something gibberish to supposedly keep washed out, thing they could spray from it, spray it all. So all of it, that's crazy. Yeah, that was coming apart. Yeah, back to the.
And we just did that.
But we don't have to ask them to do that, she was still here.
Give them ghost stories of the city hall. It's actually right there.
Oh.
We all settled in your own house and everything, we got pretty well dressed.
Well, when they were originally turning on. Yeah, oh, what? The next day. That's what they did. I guess the one down in the corner, not on that side, but the other side. Sits in the corner. The one that sits down in the actual corner.
Not Marcy,
Not
but
on
Marcus.
where this edges. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, so,
That,
no,
but it's not.
on the last.
What was it like? There was a lady that actually, he retired,
Yeah.
she's the one that sold it to the people.
they bought it right after it's won. Yeah, they bought it right after it's won. What was it?
Yeah. It'll come back, you know,
It comes to
7 years
their
from now.
time.
I'll probably get
And we're trying to.
Oh, so I will get it. talking about that where they're stopping the continuous flow of your neighbor.
Not my next door.
Did y'all ever get in touch with him?
That's a shame, because that's where we need to.
Maybe talk people out. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Go out there. Yeah. I think he's residing elsewhere. She's
Honestly, she has cheer practice she's supposed to be at, so.
And then he'll come down and otherwise, it may be 8:30, but 8:45.
Yeah, as soon as we get down here, we're at cheer practice.
We're not back in time, but she's really.
Secret, top secret.
Oh, we can't look at it?
No,
Gosh.
no, you can't look at that.
Pretty cool. Well, you just made it worse.
And that's the other is you're on TV, so it's going out live through the camera.
And they're hearing.
Okay. What time is she up? Presentation covered all kinds of stuff down through here. So, if that one was the last video, was the carnage, skirmish, kind of carnage.
I remember reading the history of it, you can actually see that.
Northeast of Amarillo, I mean, almost straight north, about, I think, 16 miles, like farm road 36 or something. Yeah. I don't keep out the right forces going. Yeah, not everything saw signs or anything else. Probably taking 7 years, 86 before the conviction. So, but I guess if you would go profile, he said, straight over, it's probably come over 15 miles east of the interstate. It's like 600 miles of traffic.
The other side.
Dr. Davis is on the property. Yeah. Well, like, this is my mechanical building, and that stuff, that's all, you know, alcohol station, storage and everything else. It's 3 parts. So that would be Somebody's done anyway. You need, Josh, you put up state highway streets.
I was a little off on the timing, but I figured we'd be taking it a little bit.
You know she's supposed to be a chair, right?
Oh, no.
He's already late.
You're late.
And then go back to reconvene.
Just blame it on the mayor. I mean, everybody does.
No, just jump back.
You go home.
Darn. We usually have it at the very end, so it's kind of
I
different.
did too, he was gonna be there at 5:30.
Well, I hope Priscilla entertained y'all. while we-
And just to let you guys know timing, we've got 3 items before we talk about you guys. Oh, hey Scott, while we're going through these items, can I get the dongle for the TV? I'll start getting that hooked up. All right, we're going to reconvene in open session at 5:47. Consider possible action or give direction on items legally discussed in executive session. I don't think we've got any of those to do. All right, next item. Consider and take appropriate action on approval of an ordinance designating approximately 417.848 plus or minus acres located in the eastern area of the city as tax reinvestment zone number 1, city of Castroville, Texas, providing for an effective date and a termination date for the zone, and addressing other matters in connections therewith.
Yeah, take that USB off. I'll say take that little USB cap off.
Oh, thanks. All right. Do I have a motion on that?
Do we have some, do we have to set an effective date and a termination date first?
Do we already have that? I'm sorry, I thought we had that already in here.
I'm going to look.
So this is all within the ordinance authorizing its creation. It's a 30-year zone. It ends on
30 years.
December 31st of 2051.
Okay.
Unless its purpose is accomplished in advance of that, and you'll see in the project plan that the current projections indicate that it will be accomplished significantly in advance of that.
I so move your motion, suggested motion. So I
Okay.
don't have to read it again.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
So TERS is approved and the ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. All right. Next item. Consider and take appropriate action on approval of an ordinance authorizing the city to enter into a development agreement with Victory Lane Partners Limited and ordaining other matters in connection.
And we had some discussion about this in executive session, both at this meeting and the meeting prior. Just the general terms, this is a 60-40 split. The reimbursement amount is $3 million. The term limit, if you will, of the agreement is 20 years. As you heard Mr. Benford explain, one of the requirements is annexation in the city. The property is not currently contiguous to the city boundaries, so they're responsible for getting the other properties that would make them contiguous, getting that taken care of so they can be annexed, and they have a year to do that. If they don't do that within that year time frame, the development agreement becomes null or void. That said, there's always opportunities to come back and talk to us again and figure out a strategy, but that's the basic terms.
Significant public benefit, right-of-way dedication, expansion of public infrastructure, agreement to participate in the Phase 2 due diligence process, limitations in use towards desirable types of development that can only be accomplished by contract, And so once annexed, obviously, the revenue, the utility system customers, the taxes are the city's in perpetuity after reimbursement of the amount.
Can I make a motion?
Please.
I move we approve the proposed ordinance authorizing the city to enter into a development agreement with Victory Lane Partners Limited and ordaining other matters in connection with that proposed agreement.
I second it.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clay.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Have a good evening, Clay.
Next item is consider and take appropriate action on appointing members and adopting a resolution approving initial membership of a board of directors and bylaws for an economic development corporation in the city of Castroville. I believe that what we're going to do with this, we've got some folks that have expressed interest in this. I think what we're going to do is reach out and ask them to actually submit basically an application with their qualifications, their desire to serve, and addresses so that we can confirm it's within the legal limits. Is that what we decided?
Yeah, and in keeping with the direction I received from you all just moments ago, is I'll put together kind of a list of expectations for board, not just the bylaws, because we already know what all those are, but the actual expectations of what they'll do as a board member. We'll get emails and other information. I'll forward that to you all, and you can use that to reach out to folks that you'd like to nominate for the board.
Mr. Mayor, would you accept a motion to table this item?
Do we?
One question. Just a
Discussion,
comment?
please.
I'd just like to say I was very gratified with my part that the people I spoke to, there was a lot of people who expressed interest in this. And I'm very grateful for that. And for that reason now, we actually have a body of candidates that's bigger than the board is going to be. So we're going to try to make sure we have it all consolidated and get the proper documentation done. And we also have to verify that they're within 10 miles of the city limit as the crow flies. So that's the process we're going to go through now, and then when we get all that done, we'll start taking up the action of which people will be nominated.
Right. And I had a motion to table the item.
I move that we table the item.
I second it.
Great. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that we rearrange your mayor's report to put item G in front of the rest, in front of item A, so as these school kids can get home tonight?
I have to go through my whole presentation to get to that.
Okay,
Yes.
if it's possible.
I think that is absolutely possible. Let's move that forward. Okay, so here, let's go here.
Sorry about that.
I appreciate that.
It's a school.
It
Can
is
you
a
turn those
school
on,
day.
yes, please?
They may have homework or something to do.
See, he's looking out for you. Even when I neglect it. Okay, so this is the mayor's report. What we're going to be talking about is rearranging this to put this one up to the top. But what we will talk about, actually, let me just switch to that and I'll talk about the rest when we get there. Yeah. All right. So, what we're talking about.
This side, Mike.
Oh, still.
Wow, you got to turn on both of them. Well, I can see it perfectly.
Connection guide, source page.
So I'll just introduce the item while he's getting that set up. So we're actually going to present some proclamations specifically to these girls who have achieved some tremendous stuff here in the Castroville area. So we like to, I think it's really important that we recognize outstanding community members, especially our kids that are really going above and beyond and really making a difference. So I'll be presenting you guys the actual proclamation at the chamber luncheon. That's on the 5th. And so I just wanted to make sure, I figured it'd be a better audience. It's a lot more fun than the boring city council meetings, and there's a lot more people that'll be there that can actually recognize you. So I wanted to make sure that I talked about it here, just to say thank you for everything you're doing. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's on here. We'll kind of run through it, and then we'll hear more on the 5th. All right, so I've got up here Haley. So she's a 6th grader at Lacoste Elementary. KINS 5, she and Brooke both are KINS 5 champions for change 2021. And I put just a few words on here that I think really describe her well. I don't know you that well, but I've heard a lot about you both. So, courageous and tenacious, She's a leader, she's a volunteer, and she's a scholar. So just a little bit about Haley. So she attended, or she's attending LaCoste Elementary. To her teachers and everyone around her, they say that she's an outstanding leader. She has a huge heart and steps up to any challenges. In school, Haley was in student council during her second and third grades. She was also active in a school play and participated in reenactments. Sorry. I really don't appreciate it when people leave their things on. And participated in reenactments for Veterans Day on Veterans Day in the September Square in Castroville and in LaCoste. She participated in announcing a talent show where she was part of a Right at School. She was also a mentor to younger students and volunteered her mornings reading to struggling students for 3rd through 5th grade years. During Haley's 4th grade year, she was a part of the announcement crew. Well, at the same time, she started with the Students Lighthouse team, which consists of only 12 students that applied to represent the voice of all students. When she was on the team, she welcomed new students, provided tours, helped with community service projects, and spoke at award ceremonies. This extended through her 5th grade year. Some service projects include making ornaments for the city of LaCoste, ornaments for residents of nursing homes, cards for injured soldiers, collecting money for the animal shelter, and helped write motivational messages on coffee sleeves for a local coffee shop. Haley was on the honor roll, had perfect attendance, and had been leader of the month and leader of the week most school years. She was in the gifted and talented program since 2nd grade, which comes to the award for Champions for Change Award. Haley and Brooke noticed some students having a difficult time making friends. Together they planned the idea of having friendship benches on the playground to help students not to feel alone and assist anybody in making connection with others. They presented the idea to the campus principal, researched cost, and contacted the high school wood shop to construct the benches. And then outside of school, she's been in Herman Sons dance since she was 4 years old. She's been participating in the TCT since she was 5 years old. Starting with the TCT, she participated in a show team, then pursued to competitive cheer and competitive hip hop. She works hard and strives to make an impact on her community, simply by being kind at all times and helping anybody she can. And she was there for the coffee clutch and did an amazing job. I can't believe how much you flipped over and over. I got dizzy. It was really cool. So thank you. And I'll wrap it up with both of you at the end. Let's move to Brooke Zinsmeyer. So she's a 6th grader at LaCoste Elementary as well. Ken's 5 champion for change that we just talked about for 2021. So the words that I really picked out for Brooke were mentor, scholar, leader, and loving and generous. So mom starts out, Brooke is a hugger. I appreciate that. She loves to give hugs and will run up to anyone she sees and knows just to give them a hug. If someone tells Brooke they're sad or having a bad day, she gives them an extra hug to make them feel better. She's a 5th grade student at LaCoste Elementary and is an outstanding leader. Brooke is proactive in maintaining her A honor roll, part of the gifted and talented program, and is part of the flag crew on campus. Brooke is one of the captains of the flag crew, which is responsible for synergizing with the team to ensure teamwork. Brooke is also a mentor to younger students and volunteers her mornings reading to struggling students. Some service projects include making ornaments for the city of LaCoste, ornaments for residents of nursing homes, helping write motivational speeches on coffee sleeves for a local coffee shop. Brooke has been leader of the month and leader of the week. She and Haley, we talked about that. Sorry, I got that doubled up. Outside of school, Brooke is involved in softball. She's competitive and always pushing herself to improve her skills. Brooke works hard and strives to make an impact in her community, simply by being kind at all times and helping anyone she can. And Mom said we're proud of her and know she's destined for greatness. So thank you both for everything that you're doing. And I can't speak highly enough about just the example that you're setting for us in your community service, in your giving, in your outreach, and just your overall attitude toward life. I think that you're going to accomplish some really great things. That's awesome. Can we give them a hand? And we'll have your proclamations on the 5th. Look forward to seeing you. Thank you. Please apologize to them. Blame it on me. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. Next one, sorry, I had to spring this on you. So, Chris Martinez. I'm not sure if you guys saw this. So, we've got Proud Mama over here. Chris he did the Eagle Scout project in 2014. That's the birding platforms over at the regional park that have withstood the test of time. And I know that his dad's been helping him out keeping those maintained. He was the Junior Citizen of the Year through the Castroville Chamber of Commerce in 2017. That was the same year that Pat Moritz was the Citizen of the Year. But so Chris was the Male Citizen of the Year for the Chamber of Commerce in 2017. And if you didn't catch in the paper this past week, he's on the Dean's List for 2021 for the Citadel.
And Gold Star.
And Gold Star.
Gold Star is higher than the Dean's List. They have to have a 3.7 GPA or higher to make Gold Stars. And I get to see him this week. They're having their ring ceremony.
So he's another one that started off kind of where you ladies are, just setting an example, and he just continues to do it and makes us all proud. I think it's really amazing. And he embarrasses me. He was over at the True Value, and he would just grab like 3 bags of concrete on either arm, just kind of walk them up, and I'm like, man, I can't even get to. Amazing kid.
It's a big dude.
We're very proud of him.
There's a lot of him.
There's a lot of him.
He's $400 a week grocery bill. That's why the commissary knows me.
All right, let's get back to the other one.
All right.
Thank you for indulging my request.
Thank you for the suggestion. It's wise. And you guys are welcome to stay if you want. It's really exciting stuff. Did you see that?
No.
What's that? Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Did you see that look he gave me? Are you crazy? My wife gives me that look. Okay, so let's go back to the rest of the mayor's report. So we're going to talk just a little bit about budget. I'll try and move through these as quickly as possible. So highlight some key takeaways from the budget. Just a note on capital improvements. Oh yeah, timestamp at 6:03. We're going to talk about some upcoming events. There's a lot happening in Castroville right now. I want to talk just a little bit about future planning. It is in full force. We got a lot on our plates right now. Quick note about the Paper Streets review that Councilman Carey gave. Some code issues, just wanted to talk a little bit about that. We covered the outstanding youth of Castroville, and then just a quick note on Dream Flights for this Friday. All right, so first item, some real just budget highlights and key takeaways. So we adopted a balanced budget with no use of fund balance. So sometimes when people say that cities say that they've adopted a balanced budget, they will actually use the fund balance to balance that out. But Scott and our directors were able to do that without use of fund balance. I know that they tightened the belt across the board. They maintained spending year over year. I think they actually reduced it quite a bit. They reduced cost even with the $70,000 investment into our city employees through some additional incentives, some benefits, really to keep that retention. We've got some great workers in the city that really have a passion for the city and really take ownership, and we're just doing our part to take care of them. So Scott, thank you for leading the charge with that and delivering something that we can be proud of.
Thank you.
Capital improvements, we're going to be talking more about that in the coming weeks. So we have significantly increased the city's ability to reinvest in our infrastructure. So one of the things that I feel that we have a responsibility to do, although we need to keep cost of living as normal as possible, as low as possible, there's a give and take between cost of living and quality of life, and we can't complain about the quality of our streets and the lack of drainage and the lack of utility reliability without actually investing into it. And so we have increased our ability to do that. We're leveraging future, I want to be careful about this. So we're leveraging future growth to invest in historic Castroville. It's really that as we start putting new properties on the tax roll, it's brand new infrastructure that doesn't cost to maintain, and so over time we will be investing in the city to be able to maintain that. But there's a time period in there where they'll be paying taxes and not actually consuming taxes, and so that will and just the broad base of it As it starts to grow like that, it adds more and more ability to do some really cool things that everybody can enjoy. And that is the existing Castroville, that is new Castroville. So we're leveraging that and being very careful about how we spend that to make quality of life here better. With our capital improvement projects, we do have an emphasis on streets, drainage, and utilities. That's been something that council has agreed on, and those are our priorities. That's what the city staff is moving toward. And then the last item I've got on here, expectations and accountability. I wanted to put out the expectations, but there have been a number of people that, a number of citizens and people that work here that have said, we're fine with you spending this money, just make sure that you're spending it in the right location, allocating it properly, and making sure that it's in our best interest. And so I want to put down the expectation that we've got on here, the things that we're going to be doing, and provide that accountability that we will continue to keep ourselves accountable to do exactly what we're saying that we're going to do. And I know that Priscilla will as well. Thank you. She keeps me straight. All right, next time. Sorry to call you. You looked so nice there. I figured I'd dig myself a grave real quick. All right, some events that are coming up. And I didn't catch everything. There's so much going on. I wanted to make sure that I covered as much as I could. So we have if you haven't seen the signs over at the Zion Lutheran annual ham dinner, that's on the 3rd, 11 a.m. By the way, they have service at 10 a.m. if you want to join them. I didn't get a chance to put the Methodist Church over on Country Lane had their fajita thing. It was quite delicious. We had a few of those ourselves, so but that just came. I couldn't do it proactively or retroactively. The Chamber Luncheon, where we'll be giving out the proclamations. I think I got this wrong. I think it's actually at Hillside. Is that correct? On the 5th, the Chamber Luncheon? Double check. It was at Sammy's last time. I think I may have that wrong, but just check on the Chamber website and forgive my misstatement if that is correct. National Night Out is going to be that evening, 5 to 8 o'clock at the airport. I know that the PD has put out something like this. They're doing something that's really nice. It's going to be kind of fun. They're spreading it out. We've got spikes in COVID in the area, and so everybody's trying to do their part to make sure that we have outdoor things where people are spaced out naturally. And I encourage you to get down there, meet our police. With any of these things, I'm going to ask everybody, just be safe, be careful. Make sure that if you are going there, you don't have symptoms, you haven't been exposed, be respectful of your neighbors, and don't come if you're not feeling well. But if you are, and you can maintain the governor's orders to keep that space and keep other people safe, I would encourage you to. Fiorella Friday is going to be on the 8th, 6 to 9 p.m. downtown. They've been doing a great job with this, live music, and have just really, it's been growing bit by bit. I'd encourage people to get out and take a look at that. Alsatian Festival, of course, and I think that Councilman Carey just passed out some flyers on that. If you have any questions.
That's King.
I'm sorry, Councilman King. I'm giving you credit for things you
That's
haven't
right,
done.
that's good.
Yes.
And by the way, the Chamber Luncheon is at Hillside.
It is at Hillside, so, sorry.
No, keep going.
All right, so the Alsatian Festival, it's a great time. It is a free event. It's a really great time that we had a couple of years ago. We had to cancel it, obviously, last year. It'll be at Koenig Park on the 9th. Then we've got the police are putting on the Porkin' in the Park barbecue competition. That'll be the October 22nd and 23rd at Regional Park. If you have any questions on that, you can look on the PD's Facebook page or call over to the PD and ask them for details on that. And then I didn't want to neglect mentioning Boo Bash and the Haunted Highway. That'll be on the 30th at 5 p.m. at Regional Park. There's a lot more things that are going on. I just want to make sure that people are aware of what's going on. We'll continue to work with the Chamber and other area organizations to get these onto a combined calendar so that people know, as much as possible at all times what else is going on.
And on the Boo Bash, they're going to do trunk or treats. So if you want to sign up, get a hold of Helen Delavan and sign up with her if you want to participate in that.
Great, thank you.
I just want to mention those last two items. Porkin' in the Park, it's a benefit. Some people might think it's a benefit for the police department. It really isn't. It's a benefit for our
Blue
children, our abused children in Medina County, and I don't remember the name of the agency.
It's Blue Bunny, yeah. It's a great agency. I really appreciate the fact that they set that up.
There's also a concert.
Yeah, so those proceeds go to that, and the reason it's a 2-day event is, yeah, there's a big concert the next day, so looking forward to that. And then the Haunted Highway, yeah, that's something put on for, obviously, your friends at Regional Park, and it's to benefit the regional park. So, you know, the dollars raised there go right back into quality of life amenities for the community. So.
Great, thank you. And if you need more details, again, check the city Facebook pages. And I guess if they have any questions, can they just call into city?
Yeah.
All right.
We can give them.
All right, next item, planning efforts. We've got so much going on. So the Jazz Board, it's my favorite board because it's jazzy. The Joint Airport Zoning Board that was formed, approved, and the positions were filled. This is really to set up the zoning around the airport to make sure that we maintain compliance. The TERS Board, I thought that we had already formed it and approved it.
Well, we kind of had. We got the cart before the horse. I talked about that at the last meeting. So we put the board together, but we hadn't, again, that was my misunderstanding because I read the development agreement. I knew what the timing was. I wasn't here for that part of it. I assumed that had already happened, but no, we just formed it tonight.
So
we were ahead of the curve.
This is accurate because we've already done it just now.
Yes, that's true.
So that is formed, approved, and positions filled.
Yep.
The EDC, and this is another one, I thought that we'd already formed it and approved the bylaws, but it sounds like.
Well, we've approved the bylaws twice,
Right.
but every time we look to appoint the board, we're really reaffirming the bylaws and appointing the board. So that's the way it's worded or captioned for the sake of the agenda language. But yes, you have formally adopted the bylaws. That action was taken not last meeting, but the meeting before last, I believe.
And so we talked about the positions pending. We'll get that closed up as soon as it's practical. The tourism board, it's something that I had recommended. I think that, so the tourism board, also potentially the Convention and Visitor Bureau, the idea was introduced. We're documenting the plan, prepping for council consideration this year. This is something that I think is going to be really beneficial in helping drive some tourism and benefiting our local businesses. And again, it's improving quality of life with some additional events and things that we can do around here. We've got the Castroville Area Regional Traffic Coalition meeting. That's at the end of October. We did meet with so actually I got those kind of no, I guess those are in the right order. So we've got the Castroville Area Regional Traffic Coalition meeting at the end of October, and then we've got the Medina County Traffic Coalition meeting in November. That's something that TxDOT does about every 5 years, looking across all of the county. So it'll be the entire county that's going to be in that traffic coalition. TxDOT is leading that with the Castroville Area Regional Traffic Coalition. That is something that we and the county are really kind of trying to spearhead just in this one area, trying to deal with the things that are happening here. So we had, again, another meeting with TxDOT just to affirm the things that we're going to be concentrating on. We got a lot to accomplish, and so we're trying to take it in bite-sized chunks so that we're actually able to accomplish some stuff like that. So lots more details on any of this. If you have any questions about this, and this is toward the people that are watching, if you have any questions about this, talk to your council people, talk to me, talk to Scott, and we can tell you a little bit more about what's going on with this. So I just want to make sure that people are aware that we are doing a lot of things. There's a lot on our plates, and we want to make sure that we're getting this out in front of people so that you're very aware of it and nothing's happening behind the scenes. Paper streets. So Councilman Carey, this was actually Councilman Carey, not Councilman King, did his presentation on 9/14/21. We're not seeking to take any kind of action on this right now, but he did he pointed out basically the situation with every single paper street and where we stand with it. We got a lot of great information. We might have future possible council action. There's been nothing that's identified. I don't think there's anything that is absolutely urgent with that, but I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that presentation was given. It was an amazing presentation, the best description of what our actual situation with the paper streets is that I have ever seen.
I realized afterwards that there are other paper streets. Cross Hills covered one.
Oh yeah. So these we should call are the river paper streets, and then we've got a bunch of other paper streets. Yes. There's other ones over by River Bluff.
There are several hiding around town. Yes.
So ordinances. So I want to hit this head on. We have had, especially over in my area, we've had some ordinance issues, but we've had these all around. And I know that, I want to hit that straight on. We do have issues. We are working on them. And I want to talk to people about how to become a part of the solution. So the first part is make sure that you're calling in code complaints. We are still primarily, we need eyes and ears out there. If you see issues, if you see problems, don't hesitate to call up and make sure that we know about them. We will be working with them. And to be a part of the solution, actually, so JFK actually did something that I really appreciated. So I'm going to steal his, ask not what you can do for your, or what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. I think it's the same thing. Ask what you can do to help people out. So Chief Jackson actually told me the story about when this was several years back, I think it was when he was the lieutenant. He was told to go out and give a woman a ticket for having stuff piled up on her front yard. And so he went out and he was like, okay, so we'll see. And it turns out that she had just moved in there. She was renting the place, and the people that were there before just dumped all their stuff. She was 94 years old and she couldn't do anything with it. So instead of writing her a ticket, he grabbed his son, grabbed his trailer, went down, picked all the stuff up, and hauled it off to the dump. That kind of thing, I think that is the best thing that we can do. So we help out our neighbors. Be in communication with your neighbors. If you see these code issues, if you see that they've got brush stacked up in front of their yard, see if you can get over and help them. And if you can't, we've done things, so city staff, Curl and Brianna, on their own personal time, they organized these citywide cleanups, and they actually got out and helped people out and said, what do you need? We're going to pick it up if you can't. This was after the big storm. It was a total of 3 weekends, right?
At least, yeah.
Maybe it was with a fourth. But
I think there was a...
So a bunch of us got out there and really just kind of helped out. And this is the neighbor helping neighbor thing. We have to remember that the city, when you ask the city to do things, the city is really just a conglomeration of all of us. And so I just encourage everybody, if you see something that's wrong, figure out how you can help them out. See if you can lend a helping hand. Have the discussion with them. And yes, definitely hold the city accountable to maintain these ordinances, but be patient with the process, because if we have to force something, if we have to take actual legal action, it takes time. So it's a lot of times quicker if you just are a part of the problem, or a part of the solution. Don't be a part of the problem. All right, so we already hit all of these, and our last item is Dream Flights. So for those of you who haven't already heard, Dream Flights, their goal is to honor the greatest generation for preserving our freedom, our democracy, and the soul of our country. This is a group that they have they're World War II planes. They fly all around the country, and they take out, I guess, is it veterans or is it pilots?
Veterans.
Veterans, right.
Veterans.
So they take
World War II veterans.
World War II veterans out and give them the time of their lives. They fly them around, all around the country. Their home base is here. And so as a part of what they're doing for the Dream Flyers is they've got the Dream Flights are happening. The very last one is going to happen at Castroville Airport this Friday. They have 4 Dream Flyers. The pilot and crew chief are James Sims and Katie Moore. It is 9 to 1.
That's what they're estimating, 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
So if you want to get down here and just support the veterans that are going to get taken up in these and just celebrate the great things that they're doing, please come on down at the Castroville Airport.
And that, I just mentioned, so they just finished a historic barn touring event where
Across
they
the
flew
nation.
people basically across the nation, every state, including Hawaii. They donated, they made a last flight in Hawaii and then donated that plane to the museum there. So really, really neat organization, accomplished a lot of neat things. They flew the oldest living World War II vet, I'm fairly certain, in Utah recently, maybe a month or so ago. So just all the things you said plus some. It's awesome.
Great.
Really neat group. We're proud that they have chosen Cashville as their home.
Absolutely. All right.
So if you see a biplane heading over to the city, just thank them.
Give them a wave. Give them a wave and thank you.
Yes.
All right. So I made that not quite as quickly as I wanted. 6:20. Okay, so now we've got city boards and commissions liaison meetings report by council members. We want to start with, we can start with Councilwoman Martinez.
The Parks Board met. We were going to have two high school kids brief about possibly setting up a memorial to those that lost their battle with COVID, but they did not show up, so we didn't get anything there. But we talked about trunk or treats. It's going to be the 30th of October. It's also going to be a haunted highway type thing. And, you know, anybody that wants to help participate, you know, want to sign up, get a hold of Helen Delavane and get with her, and she'll tell you what we need if you want to help work it. If you have kids that need community service hours or something to want to help come work it, they can do that. And then we also talked about ideas for the replacing of the pool building. And it's in Devin's presentation also, under staff reports. There's a picture of it. But they came up with a picture, and it's community center and pool building replacement. It basically would be in the same footprint as where the current pool building is. It would have improved bathrooms, ADA compliant, temperature controlled, and lockers, concessions, year-round public access to bathrooms for ADA, covered seating area, multi-purpose space for indoor fitness, meetings, events, parties. Regional park people can go in there and have, you know, meetings and stuff like that. Has a kitchen, and then we also have improved parking. So this is, like I said, all part of, it's in the staff reports as well, but that's just one of the suggestions, and they're looking at creative ways to find funding to do this, and that would meet our community center type setup as well as new pool building type thing. So more to come on that, I'm sure. And like I said, they're working diligently on it.
Our hope is to tie that to some Texas Parks and Wildlife. That will probably not be this year's funding, which is good news because we don't want to rush this.
Right.
So I think we're going to have over a year to plan and vet, and that's if we're successful getting the grant in the next cycle.
Right. But no, good stuff, you know, and did the park cleanup, had a lot of people turn out, and with helping of the trails and everything. They've got a trail set up to where it goes down the side of the road now to start before you go over to the botanical garden. So doing a lot of good things. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Carey?
Planning and zoning or zoning board of adjustments have not met since the last meeting, so I have no updates.
All right. Councilman King?
Historic Landmark Commission had one meeting. They approved the plan to re-roof the St. Louis Catholic Church.
Great.
It was damaged because of hail damage.
The Library Advisory Board finally met. They have enough members now to have a quorum. They got caught up. They hadn't met for several months. And they've set October 2nd for a workshop to work on long-term planning for the library. And they've got a meeting scheduled for next month.
Great. Thank you. All right. Next item, we've got a presentation by Castroville Downtown Development Fund on their visions and plans. Hey, Josh.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, I'd like to thank the council and Mayor Darren for inviting us to present today. It's a real pleasure to be here, and we're glad to show what we've been working on. I just want to start by first introducing myself. My name is Josh Kempf. I've met many of you in person, know lots of folks in the audience here. I'm an 8th generation Castrovillian, and I'm one of the founding partners of the Downtown Redevelopment Fund. Over the last few months, a few of us, about 35 families in Castroville, locals who live here, came together and we started to pool our money because we saw a potential to reinvigorate and to renovate in a historically sensitive way the downtown. I think it's no secret to the folks here in this room that over the last, at least 30 years, maybe longer, the downtown has languished as businesses have come and gone and has never been able to really get that critical mass necessary to sustain itself as a place that folks can spend an evening or a lunch or an afternoon. And so we saw the local families who joined together the opportunity to pool our money and to do something really special to bring the district, bring new life to it at the end of the day, but in a very historically sensitive way. There's a quote I love from Henry Castro that he told his residents at the time. He said, begin your day with labor and end your day with laughter. And I think that in many ways still is the ethos of what we're doing here. And so we build, like, what we're aiming to do is to bring this downtown area and the buildings, the handful of buildings that we've purchased, make it in some senses the best version of us, by and for us. And if we do that right, we believe very strongly that the artisanal businesses, the shops we bring down, the high-end restaurants that we bring down, bring in, that is to say, and create, the offices that we add to that district, all of that is going to not only be very additive to the quality of life for the residents of Castro, but also for folks from the region who will come and visit and enjoy so much of the charm that we enjoy about Castroville. So with that, let me stop there and just show you what we're working on in terms of boards. I'm not sure, can I steal one of these microphones here? Will it work in order to?
We'll see if they.
I kept trying to get them to work earlier, and I don't know if they will.
Charged.
Well, they come on, but just don't. Hang on. I'll try it again.
Test, there we go. Oh, almost.
Let me put you down.
Test. Better? Yes? Okay. Great. So I'm going to show you here first. One of the buildings that our group has acquired is the formerly known as Dan's Meat Market. It has been a meat market and a slaughterhouse that started in the 1930s and then up until about the 1970s, and even more recently then as a bar and a meat market. So this is the building itself, and today this is a cinder block building. It doesn't have a lot going for it, but we have brought and activated that with a restaurant, outdoor restaurant seating, etc., and have made it so that there will be life here both on the street and in the back here, where we'll have a sort of family-friendly playground and also a beer garden where folks can have some beers or drinks with their friends in the back. So one of the big things we want to foster here is community as a part of this, and you can see that this rendering itself, really you can get the feeling for walking down the street what that's going to feel like. Again, best version of us is what we aspire, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, any questions on this before I go on to the next one?
Can you also just hold it up so that folks can see it through the camera?
I can be.
Okay.
You're very tall, Easel.
Thanks, Vanna.
Very nice. Thank you. And these, by the way, there's been a few press articles that have come out about us. These ratings have been released publicly, so if you just Google it, you can find this picture online. Then I'll just show here, all right, a rendering of what Fiorello Street, in fact, where we're sitting right now at City Hall. And this is just to show this street coming to life. And it's, in many senses, this building here we own, the one that's directly adjacent to City Hall, and we are undertaking a very expensive energy efficiency transformation of this building, redoing all of the wood windows with new wood windows, but making them energy efficient, et cetera, et cetera. So we're spending quite a bit of money to upgrade this building, make it energy efficient, and also to make it ADA accessible, et cetera, et cetera. So something that we need to do is to bring, this building, for example, the Dan's building, Lord knows it has not been in code for probably decades. And so one of the things we're going to do is bring it to code, ADA efficient, ADA compliant, and then all that good stuff. Okay, before we get into this one, questions on that one? On this one here? And again, we've shown this as a, just to be clear,
I think
we've shown
that-
this as like a festival day. So we're sort of like what we do with Fiorella Friday, we close the streets down and put in people sitting and talking and farmers market and this sort of thing. So it's designed just to be sort of a festival day.
Not an everyday.
And I would just say that, from our conversations, so the designer took some liberties looking at the street and the sidewalk scaping, because obviously that's all city, those are all city areas, and something that I think there's an opportunity for partnership between the city and this development group is to look at those improvements. My personal background and experience in cities I've worked in prior, we did something very, very similar to these types of redevelopments, and it was a great partnership between the city and the groups investing in those areas. And it was groups, it wasn't just one, it was multiple, and I fully anticipate that if this type of thing were to happen, but just to be clear for those present and those listening, when we look at the buildings, I mean, truthfully, your currently, with no agreements, nothing else, the limitation of improvement really is limited to the scope of what you own, which is the building. But looking at those facades and then looking at the things that your architect and engineer have drawn up, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, so just on that topic, and then we'll show this, thank you for holding this, is that we've hired to do the renovations of these buildings, some of the top historic preservation architects in Texas. Hired some of the top historic preservation consultants to get this through the state historical commission, et cetera, et cetera. So we have brought on board just a really crack team to do this right and to do it well. So I'm very excited about that too. And we'll work right in and say, okay.
Really quickly,
Sure.
Councilman Dyer, did you have a question? Okay, gotcha.
So Jim, last I want to show you a tree. I want to show you that what if these were our streets and if we had all the money in the world, what we would love to do. Now, I caveat that by saying these are the city streets, and we don't have all the money in the world. And so this is a dream that we present as something that we think would be a wonderfully additive feature of the quality of life of the city. And so what we've shown here is a mock-up of what Fiorella could look like. Fiorella and Paris streets could look like. Today, the principal downtown stretch, the former old Highway 90 that came through town prior to Highway 90 is installing itself. And so basically what you have here that we've shown in terms of just some features for thought are pavers / cobblestones that go in here, widening the sidewalks on both sides. As you know, now you cannot actually walk on sidewalks continuously down this entire stretch. You have to sort of cross the street, go through a yard, and whatnot to walk this stretch in its entirety. So putting sidewalks on both sides, widening those, making them strollable, adding lots of tree coverage, and we all know in the summer it's just ungodly hot, and walking down that wood is tough if you don't have a little bit of shade. And so this is basically, again, a dream that we present for consideration at the appropriate time and in partnership with the city in the future.
Well, and I just want to offer for the benefit of the council, looking at this, knowing what I know of the numbers that are involved to do this level of improvement, and knowing what I know of our CIP, where we talked about improvements to Houston Square, some of the parks master planning, the other things that are going on, and the monies that are available for those types of initiatives, and some of the monies that are available through TxDOT, and then some of the monies that might be available through the Regional Council of Governments, should we participate through them for improved pedestrian access. What is being presented, one, I would say, is the bar is actually too low, because the achievable, I would like to see September Square included in Houston. I think there's a lot more area to the downtown that could be improved, but bottom line, it's very achievable. The first place to start, if the council were to look to partner, I think it goes back to that visioning, but is to start with a comprehensive downtown master plan that specifically looks at downtown, not a citywide comprehensive, it's just the downtown area, to answer things like, how do we deal with parking? What do we do on facades? What are we going to do with utilities? What does the electric look like? The same level of design and detail that you've hired out, for the interest of your group, the city needs to do on some level, if it's of interest. If this is something that this council and the larger community is interested in, in my opinion, the very first step that needs to take place is we need to do that downtown planning. That planning effort, it's a public process, like anything else. We would have, as this community's experienced in the past, and as you've brought tonight, we'd have a person come in and do a survey and talk to folks and have public meetings and get input, and then they do design and they come back and say, okay, this is our design from our meetings, and it's about a 9-month process minimum to get that done. So it's something that when we start talking about a little bit later in the meeting with our planned debt service and how we're going to utilize the reinvestment in the community, I would suggest that if this is of interest, it's one of the things that we should maybe do sooner than later, is start with that first piece, which is the planning side of it. But I've already heard some naysayers, like, that's all pie in the sky. And I'm just going to tell you, Roanoke, Texas is a great one to look at. I think they are the premier example in Texas of a downtown revitalization effort. McKinney is a good one, but McKinney cheated a little bit because they had a lot of greenfield development that they were able to do. And then Ennis, Texas, which I think is, if I were to look at the top 3 examples in the state of Texas, I don't think there's a competition. I think it's those 3. So it's something I would encourage y'all to go look at. But I think what those cities show you is that it is achievable. And I think it's not something that you have to burden the taxpayers with specifically, because, or these taxpayers anyway, because 1, there's money out there that we can leverage, and 2, there are mechanisms like TERSs and other things that we've looked at that we'd be able to utilize as well. So, food for thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from council?
The last one you showed, if you put a start on it at 2021, and you put a dash, what year do you put in there? How many years are you looking at?
In order to reach the streets.
To achieve that vision.
The buildings, you will start to see transformations soon, shortly. We will start work on those in short order. Some of the ones that especially the ones around Harris Street. In terms of the streets and stuff, that's going to depend a little bit on the partnership that we can build. We obviously would like to move with all deliberate speed on that, and I think it will depend on what the city would like to do.
I'll tell you, in the prior city where I was, that they had just done the downtown master plan, and that'd take about 9 months. So they literally were adopting it, kind of like when I got here, January through, in that same time frame. I think I was hired in February through April. We'd adopted the master plan. We established the TERS that was going to help fund it. We got the TERS board up. We got the plan, the project identified, and then we worked on funding. But we were, well, one, a lot of projects to do. But the facade was completed probably 9 months before I left. And I was there for 4 years. So it took a good, solid, 18 months of engineering and planning and design before you really even got to start to see work. And the work you did see, everybody complained about because it was terrible. We tore up all the streets. We over-communicated on those issues, but there was a lot of messiness. But the actual, once it was finished, personally, I never heard a complaint because it was just such a beautiful outcome.
The reason I asked the question, this is a great vision, and I fully support the idea, but like any other vision, you got to plant a seed, and you got to grow it, and it's going to take time, and that's part of the reason that I keep raising the subject, and I'm going to raise it again at the end of this meeting, about extending our capital improvement plan from 5 years out to 10 years, so that we start talking about long-term projects early, and the public becomes aware of them, and as it matures into from a vision to a plan to an actual documented funded project, the public grows with it and the support grows with it. And I think you have a great idea. I think we just have to nurture it and move it along.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Great. All right, thanks for coming down. So I'm going to move into the next item, and I think that we're going to have some discussion on this. I want to be really clear. I so appreciate what this group is doing. The things that we would do in support of things like this is not specifically for the person, for the group, for any individuals. As a city, we are responsible for the entire city. So if we have other groups, other people, other organizations that want to come in and do other things, I think that this is the kind of thing that we should support as long as it stays within the parameters of the commitments that we've made. We're not looking to raise taxes to be able to pay for, a personal project that's going to benefit a small group of people. Everything that we're doing here should benefit all of Castroville. And to Scott's point, we'll have to go through the planning, which includes bringing people into it, which includes bringing in the people that live here, that work here, to be a part of the conversation, to be a part of the commitments that happen with that. So to that end, what I'm asking is, for the next agenda item is consider impossible action on a proclamation supporting the Castroville Downtown Development Fund and other people and groups who strive to improve Castroville through revitalization efforts and investments in our future. So this item, I think that everybody has seen this. Now, I have this up here, but I wanted to go over the key tenets of this. So what I've got on here is so the proclamation is actually, and this is not an approved proclamation, this is something that I'm bringing to council to say, what are your thoughts, what are your feelings, what have we missed here, what should we support, and so it draws a clear line for other people that want to do things like this, what types of things we do support. So this proclamation, proposed proclamation, whereas Castroville City Council supports the efforts of the group of local residents and business owners participating in the Castroville Downtown Redevelopment Fund, who are investing time, money, and effort to improve and enhance Castroville's historic downtown. And whereas this group is investing in buildings and improvements to revitalize Castroville's historic downtown for regional and local enjoyment by protecting and enhancing the city's original architecture, and the purpose is to create in downtown Castroville a strategic mix of dining, retail, office, entertainment, and residential experience. And whereas charm is the guiding principle which pervades all the group's design decisions, they will renovate using the architectural style that our Castroville ancestors would recognize. They intend to build with quality materials, mindful of our great-great-grandchildren. They believe neighborhoods are welcoming when they have safe, walkable, and beautiful streetscapes. And they endeavor for their spaces to foster community, to offer platforms for shared public enjoyment of arts and culture. And whereas they are patient capital that thinks in decades and generations and are not distracted by short-term financial gains, misaligned with this vision. Whereas the city does not anticipate burdening existing citizens with higher taxes or utility bills to support this effort, but will otherwise assist in achieving the revitalization of downtown Castroville however possible. And whereas any improvements to public utilities or other infrastructure will go through proper procedures and approvals as would anything else. And whereas the city encourages other individuals and groups to explore how they too can enhance and improve areas of Castroville needing attention and will support them with equal enthusiasm. So those are the key tenets that I've got written down here with some discussion with others. And I'd like to have the conversation, is this something that council would support with either in part or in whole, with modifications as necessary to provide a clear commitment to people trying to do better things here? I'll start with Councilman Dyer.
I think it's a great idea. I'd fully support it.
Councilman King.
Again, great idea. I'll support it.
Councilman Carey.
Well, we've had our city administrator tell us that there are ways that we can assist this without burdening our taxpayers.
Yep.
We can act as a government to provide revenues that would enable the cooperation between this private enterprise and the city without spending a dollar of tax money. I'm in full support of it, and everybody benefits from this, because if Castroville can be a destination where people can spend a day, 2 days, 3 days, and see fun things and do fun things, that is a benefit to everybody. So I'm all for it. So.
Great.
I agree with everybody else. I'm all for it.
And I want to be clear, we're not trying to turn this into downtown San Antonio. We are not downtown San Antonio. We are Castroville. And so this is enhancing Castroville. It's not changing it. It's really bringing it back to, I look at it as bringing it back to the thriving, bustling area of commerce that it was 100 years ago. It has been, through the years, something that has been absolutely tremendous, and I think that it's gone a little, taken a little nap for a little bit, and I appreciate the fact that people like you are willing to put your own money, and these aren't, I don't see huge returns here, long term, but to the point is they think in terms of decades and generations. That's the kind of long-term vision that we need to have.
Well, I want to be careful. I don't want to mislead you or anyone else that the city would not participate financially, because there may be very good reason to do so. For instance, the Houston Square improvements, that would be an opportunity for the city to piggyback on the other improvements that are going on, but that might be wholly on the backs of, if you will, the community, because it's one of the things that's been highlighted by our own Parks Board as an achievable, actionable, desirable outcome plan to redevelop that Houston Square. Not suggesting that that's the case, but it could be the case. I know that there's elements of that in the master plan that was presented to the council several months ago. However, I think the city, my point is, it doesn't need to be entirely on the backs of the taxpayers, and there's lots of opportunity to leverage other funds and to work with the same group of development and leverage the improved value that will come out of all the improvements they're talking about to pay themselves back in the same way that we're doing with these other developers. Look at doing some type of TERS or other arrangement where the increase in value from their investment pays them back for whatever it costs to do that. In terms of public infrastructure, which I think is entirely appropriate and in keeping with this, specifically this council's kind of aim and objective and what you've done with respect to the other developments that are happening around town. So I want to.
Well, I appreciate.
Misspeak, but yeah.
I think it's prudent to be able to say that specifically, and I think that to Paul's point, and I think the way that we all feel about this, I don't want to go to my neighbor across the street and say, hey man, we got to get more taxes because these guys need to make more money.
Exactly.
That's not what we're about. We don't do things specifically to benefit people or groups, except the whole. And there are times that we have to make an investment to make it a better place. We're making a very large investment in River Bluff because they need it. We're making investments in other areas because that's where they're needed. But as a community, as a group, as a city, we come together and we make those determinations as a whole.
Well, in the cities that I pointed to earlier, those three examples, the quality of life improvements that have taken place they're literally measurable. I mean, if you were to do a survey and literally measure it and ask, are you happier? Are you more? You can see the actual tangible result in the responses you get from the community because the projects reinvest in that community, improved quality of life, did all the things that people want to be able, whether it's being able to be outdoors and walk and have a place for their pets and all that. I mean, you try to check all the boxes you can with these types of public improvements. And when you have a private partnership, it's just a tremendous opportunity for for the communities to benefit if you can do so in a thoughtful way. And I think that goes back to that planning effort I was talking about earlier.
I'm a firm believer that if you aim at nothing, you're guaranteed to hit it.
Right.
So this is something that we're setting a target, and we're saying we want to improve our quality of life.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
After I make one correction.
Yes.
It wasn't the bustling commercial thing 100 years ago. It was the bustling commercial thing 150 years ago. 100 years ago, it was going downhill.
I guess it was 150 years ago. Wasn't it?
Okay. I'd like to
The
make
12th largest city in Texas.
Well, so the story, I mean, I think we said it before, but the fact that San Antonio, at one point in its history, was scared that Castroville was going to overtake it is awesome. That's really cool.
Did you catch that?
It's a neat part of
So David, over at the Landmark Inn, he has not found the actual the first order reference on this, but he had found some other things that referred to San Antonio. I think it was through the newspaper, had said specifically that they were afraid that Castroville was going to take them over.
Yeah, pretty cool. If they only knew. We were digging moats at the time.
Well, and I think
No desire.
I think it's great what we've got because they did that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's very cool.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation that you so read. Is that all I need to say?
Yep. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you,
Great.
Darren.
Great.
Thank you,
Thank you
Josh.
again for doing great things.
Thank you.
Encourage your neighbors to do the same.
By the way, if you come to the Alsatian Festival of Texas, you can see Josh and his son Nico dance with the Alsatian dancers.
Nice. All right, thank
I'll be
you.
driving back from Houston, but I hope to make it.
I hope so.
All right, the next item is consider and take appropriate action on awarding a contract for the Alsatian water plant improvements not to exceed $2.842 million.
And I just want to recognize that we have Russell Persine, a representative for RESPEC, who helped design the project, present. If you have anything, if you have any questions, direct them to Russell. If you have anything you want to share with the council, you may. They do have, I just want to point, sorry, I do want to point out, they do have your bid tab
Okay.
and kind of the results of the bid.
Okay, yeah, I'll just briefly cover, we had 4 reputable bidders, which is good in today's bidding climate. We were north of our estimate, which is not surprising. Things are coming in about 20 to 50% depending on what we're bidding these days, mainly driven by steel prices and tanks, getting tanks and pumps and those kind of things. The apparent low bidder is Garney Companies at $2.8 million, $2,842,000 to be exact. We've reviewed references. They previously built the wastewater treatment plant, so they have a recent project they've done for the city.
And they did a job.
We oversaw the construction of that, and we had good working relationship with them. So our recommendation to the council is to award based on checking references. And just as a reminder, this is kind of the second of 3 projects that are part of that development agreement. The first is the sewer line, which I think actually started yesterday, that Yantis is undertaking. And then the water line is currently out to bid. It was advertised yesterday. So.
Is any part of this Texas Water Development Board money?
There is no Texas Water Development Board money.
In this one, that's going to be in that water line that's being bid
That's
right
correct.
now? Okay.
One comment, I don't know if you all saw, but those lines of earth moving equipment out there from Yannis, it looks like a fleet.
Oh, they brought in a big one this afternoon.
Oh, it's very, very impressive sight. There must be 24 of them out there.
They brought in the biggest dozer I've ever seen today, so.
Can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I'd like a motion to award the contract for the Alsatian water plant improvements not to exceed $2,842,000 to Garney Construction.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
You got it.
Right. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you, Russell.
Did I say
Appreciate
something
your
wrong, Russell? You look like you were
Did
confused.
what was the amount you said?
$2,842,000.
I
You
misheard
said
something.
$2.42?
Garney did express to me yesterday, Scott, if we could get the notice of award pretty quickly, we'll turn that around with you guys. They have suppliers that are pressing them to firm up so they can lock in their price.
If you'll advise them it was done, it's a nice meeting, and Mayor, if you'll just stick around and sign everything, we won't wait till tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah,
That'll
we'll
work.
do it tomorrow. Thanks. I'll let them know.
All right, next item is, are we changing this item?
What?
Scott,
No.
okay. Consider and take appropriate
It's
action
the
on
following item.
awarding a bid for the construction of a new hangar at Castroville. I think we left off a piece of that. Airport.
All right, so I do have a representative from KSA Engineering here as well to address questions about this. Just to kind of speak very high level, you have the information. We actually got these bids back prior to the last meeting. It was our intent to be able to award it at the last meeting. We did not do so, in part because the bids were higher than we had hoped. Just as you heard Russell say, everything's coming in 20 to 40% higher. A lot of it has to do with steel. In this particular instance, candidly, we had a lot of delays from the USDA side, and a lot of that just has to do with COVID and the short-staffed and all those issues that they're dealing with. They've got tons of different projects, and so anyway, we ended up having some delays through the bureaucratic process, which then led to price increases. And to the USDA's credit, and to staff's credit and our advisors' credit, we got together and said, okay, this project does not happen. We can't. It essentially is a revenue-driven project. We're going to build a hangar. We're going to rent those hangars out, and the rentals will pay for the debt service. And it's as simple as that. And the benefit to the larger community in the city is that you have increased revenues to the airport, which increase tourism and other things. There's some ancillary business benefits, but we as a council have kind of decided, even though the city and the airport are the same entity, we own the, it's not two separate entities. We want the airport as almost like we do the utilities. It needs to be standalone. It needs to pay for itself, and that's the goal. That's what we're trying to do. So the concern was the project isn't going to make, and there's no sense. We're not going to subsidize building a hangar. That doesn't make any sense. So we went back to our partners at the USDA and told them, look, we got to have some money. And they came up with a $200,000 grant, which we have been awarded. The mayor, there was a short turnaround on that, so the mayor has signed that grant and accepted it. We will do a formal acceptance from council probably on the October 26th meeting. So I'm going to talk about funding on the next item. We won't be taking action on it, but we'll talk about it. With that, would you like to cover just the bid process and maybe some of the back and forth you had with the apparent low bidder?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Grayson. I'm a project manager with KSA. So we did bid out the hangar project. We did receive 4 bids. The low bid was from Don Jackson Construction. I can't even count how many projects we've done with Don Jackson Construction, and every single one has been a success. There are probably, it's always trust but verify with contractors. Don Jackson Construction is one of the contractors that we've built up a really good relationship of trust, and I know that the numbers that they give us are real numbers. They're solid numbers, and they came in low bid, so obviously they were good numbers. What I will say is that the bottom 3 bids were all very close to each other, which is a sign that you're getting good numbers. If the numbers are all over the place, then oftentimes bidders didn't really know what they were bidding on, and so they just started throwing things to see what stuck. But all the numbers came in very tight. As Mr. Dixon said, the numbers did come in higher than what we had hoped, and that's all driven by the building prices. The way we do estimates for hangar construction is pretty much the way any consultant does, is they'll break it down by per square foot. For civil construction items, I'm a civil engineer, so for civil construction items, we have a really good idea of what those cost. We broke those down by unit pricing, all that sort of fun stuff. For buildings, we typically look at a per square foot price for the whole structure. We took basically all of our recent T-hanger projects over the past 5 years, put some inflation factors on it, came up with about a 1.2-ish million, a little bit less than that, a construction cost estimate, and they came in at about 1.44 million without any of the alternates. That was for the base bid. The alternates are, one alternate is for straps for the hangar doors rather than using steel cables. It's a maintenance issue. The straps are just nicer to have, less of an issue in maintaining those doors. The second item was insulation for the jet pod. I don't know how much detail I need to go into, but what we bid out was an 8-unit standard T-hanger with a jet pod on the end. Jet pod is just a term for just a large box hanger that was attached to the end of the 8-unit standard T. That's what was determined in the early planning stage process with the USDA as to what we were going to bid. Over the past, 2 months now, I think? 1 month and a half. We've been working with Mr. Dixon and Mr. Kirkpatrick and Tony Jackson at Don Jackson Construction. And Mr. Dixon, like he said, was very clear to us. He said, if we can't get these numbers down, then this project doesn't happen. Tony took that to heart. He went back to all of his suppliers. He went back to the building manufacturer. He developed 2 different value engineering scenarios for us. They both included just basically a standard shave off on his pricing that had to do with anticipated escalations that are not as significant now that we're a month into this. So in other words, they price these things with escalations in mind. They have to make a guess as to what that escalation is going to be. He was able to pull some of that back without doing any sort of changes to the scope whatsoever. The major cost savings that he presented to us was to change the 8-unit plus jet pod to just a standard 10-unit T. The reason that that results in such a significant amount of savings is because we got more players in the game now who have basically off-the-shelf package versions of these standard T units, specifically Full Fab. Full Fab had the best price on a standard 10-unit or 8-unit T configuration, but they would not even bid on a unit with a jet pod because that's just not what they do. So I've got I don't know if they've got the table of numbers or how deep we want to go into that.
What I'm going to ask y'all to approve is the higher of the two Jackson amounts, because we can make either amount work, and then I'm going to work with David Kirkpatrick. The most likely outcome is that we'll actually, instead of building our original design, which was 8 T-hangers in the box, we will do a 10 T-hanger layout. Now, in part because the T-hangers are infinitely easier to lease out. They will stay full. Not guaranteed, but almost guaranteed. Like, it'll be a lot easier to fill those than to try and fill basically a custom space for that box hanger. The difference is, and I don't know if this, how true this is, but you at least have some opportunity with the box hanger of getting a corporate jet of some kind that then, because it's corporate, there is some property tax for the city that comes out of that. So there's a small advantage, but a lot of risk that comes with that advantage. But just to be on the safe side, we're going to ask tonight that you approve the higher of those two awards. The delta is like 160,000 maybe, or 100,
Correct, yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Between the two. But like I said, both of them fund. We will more than likely build out the smaller cost one, the one that's 160 less. And what that will enable us to do is those value add, those add alternates, not value adds, the add alternates, I think we'll be able to squeeze into the project when we get towards the end, depending on how much of the contingency, we've built in 5% contingency on the project, depending on how much that gets used up. I'm anticipating it'll be very, very little. That will be enough to cover adding the struts back in and maybe the insulation back in. And so that's a desire from the staff. We want to produce maybe a higher quality product because we are asking a rent rate that is beyond the top of the market. Now the demand is very, very high. I mean, so the demand's out there, and you just have to find people who have the means to pay what is the highest market rate in this immediate area. So we've already kind of done some initial calls and that sort of thing, and feel very confident that we can get these rented even at the higher rate. But we also want to be able to produce maybe a higher quality product than they're going to find somewhere else.
Yeah, the difference with the savings plus the 5% contingency was 1.45 versus 1.38. So it's actually
80 grand?
Yeah. Less.
Yeah, and the add alternates are, I'm trying to remember, 50 grand, maybe 36 for the doors, and
correct.
I can't remember how much the insulation, 8 for the insulation?
7.
I can pull that up. Yeah,
7?
37 and
37
a half.
and a half.
I round up. But yes, yeah, no, you're right. So the point is that's the contingency is more than that, and we'd hope to be able to make up the difference. If we are able to if we do the 10 hanger and we rent them out at the max rate that we've kind of identified, which was $425, then we're kicking back to the city. If we rented them at $400, it's around $3 grand. To the city, to the airport fund, to their fund, we're kicking back about $3 grand. If we do $425, it's about $5,000 a year. And so that's very important to the airport too, because I want them to maximize, it's back to what we were talking about before about rates and everything else. We want them to maximize their revenue. That's the goal. However,
I think it's prudent that you're looking at something that is much more guaranteed by splitting that into two. I mean, it's nice to do something that could bring in additional property tax to the city, but once you have a bit more of a buffer.
When it's empty, it doesn't bring anything.
Right,
Exactly.
and we've experienced that unfortunately in the past, where we had a hangar sitting empty for a very long time. Yeah.
Can I make a motion?
Please,
I need a clarification.
please.
Are we talking about approving the base bid of 1.439691, or that amount plus the two alternatives?
No, just a base bid of 1.4.
1.439691.
Yeah, because if we approve that, the two alternatives, and then we go with the lower option, it'll cover the cost of those two alternatives. And I'm not going to do that till the end of the project. We'll pull, I'll let you know, the staff will let you know if we end up pulling the trigger on that, but it'll be towards the end of the project when we have an opportunity to assess, is there money still left? Have we, we want to, point is, I want to build in the maximum flexibility so that we don't get stuck, because we are in an environment where inflation's a real thing. Now, that's built into his bid, but if we have a problem, it could be expensive.
Okay.
In taking off Herb's question, you mentioned the bids were started at 1,439,691, but then you are saying that the base bid now is 1,382,451. So
No.
what number are we going to?
I'm going to
vote
ask
on?
that you approve, I thought it was in here, but maybe not. I'm still on water plant.
The low bidder, Don Johnson Construction, has been vetted by and reduced his base bid to 1,382,451.
The recommendation on here, staff recommends awarding the contract to Don Johnson Construction in the amount not to exceed 13.
Yeah. And so I don't know why 1.3, probably because I screwed up and did that, but I would recommend that in that motion, the recommendation, staff recommends awarding the contract, that we award it in the amount of their higher of the two base bids.
Yeah,
which
so
is
that
1.4.
would be 1,382,451 plus a 5% contingency in the amount of $69,200 for a total amount of $1,451,651. And just to clarify, that amount is the value engineering option that Don Jackson has provided us for the project as bid. If the city and the airport decide to move forward with the standard 10-unit T, then that is actually about $80,000 less than that amount. But having
yeah, I wanna give
the
us
higher
official
award
number,
just
right.
provides us a bit more flexibility.
So
to
state
provide
the number again for the person making the motion. 1,451,000.
$1,451,651.
And this is a not to exceed amount. So,
Herb, you want to make the motion, or want me to?
You go
being
ahead.
the airport guy.
No, he's the-
I'm not the airport guy.
I'll touch your order.
yeah, Todd is.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to award contract to Don Jackson Construction for the new hangar at the airport for a price of $1,451,651.
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right.
Nobody else?
Discussion. So I just want to make sure that, that we're clear on this, that the airport is taking full responsibility for this. This can be handled within airport funds. We're not dipping into city funds to fund this.
Yes.
We are just required
With the
to-
following caveat,
Yes.
that the city is the backstop for all operations of the airport. We have signed every agreement. There's $17 million worth of agreements that we've signed and said, if they don't meet their obligations, we'll be obligated. But, so there's not, I just don't want to paint the picture, there's no risk. There's always some risk.
There's always risk, yes.
We have minimized the risk to the city by making sure that this is a doable project. So that's what we're doing. And that grant, I can't say it again, I really appreciate Representative Gonzalez stepping up, his office making the call to USDA, and then USDA likewise stepping up, and they literally called their, counterparts all over the United States to scrounge together $200,000. That's real money that they're going to put towards this project, and it would not happen without that. And then beyond that, we had to go back to Jackson and say, okay, we've got 200. Now what? we're still shy 160 or whatever it was, and what can you bring to the table? And so they brought stuff to the table. So it's been a concerted effort by all parties to make sure that this would happen. So
And the diligence from yourself and your staff have been amazing on this.
So we'll have a groundbreaking. I'm sure Gonzalez wants to do that at some point. We'll do that when that's appropriate, when we got the Jackson here and fancy shovels and all that. But that'll be something you'll hear us talk about again. It's just our appreciation for the USDA's involvement in this project.
Great, thank you. All right, I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion passes. All right, next item, consider and take appropriate action on adopting an ordinance authorizing issuance of $1.180 million, so $1,180,000 City of Castroville, Texas Airport System Revenue Improvement Bonds, Series 2021, for the purpose of improving and extending the city's airport system, making provisions for the security thereof, awarding sale of the bonds to the United States of America, acting through the United States of America Department of Agriculture, Rural Housing Service, and ordaining other matters relating to the subject.
So you will notice that that wording might be different from the wording you see in your packet. And that's because that wording came at 5:30 on Friday. And so, and Deborah and I really do not like it when things show up at 5:30 on Friday. But that said, it wasn't, I mean, it was a good catch on the part of our bond counsel. I had reached out to them to say, look, is there anything else needed? We're about to do this. I see that there was a resolution back in February. You know, y'all been working on this since before I got here. Are we done? Is this it? We've accepted it. So tonight, we're not going to take any action. I just want to explain why that is. It's because what the USDA with staff, with me and David and Chuck and Ernie as our representatives, the USDA was going to loan us money, a traditional loan, like a bank. They're going to loan us this amount, and we're going to pay debt service, establish an escrow account, and do that sort of thing. But unbeknownst to me, and I think David, our bond counsel had actually arranged with the head of the project at the USDA, who's no longer the same person, to sell. The city would sell bonds, and then USDA would, basically to the USDA would buy those bonds. It's the same net result, right? The price doesn't change, the interest rate doesn't change, the amount that we owe doesn't change, but it is a functional difference that's pretty important, and the process is different and pretty important. And so he's had to bring the USDA counterpart up to speed. We had hoped that we'd be ready by tonight. I gave him, you got till 5 o'clock on Tuesday, I need to see that ordinance. We don't have the ordinance, and we had another conversation this afternoon. He said, look, we'll just table this. But I recommended going in and approving the project, one, because I'm absolutely certain we're going to get the money from USDA, and because even if, very worst case scenario, we don't get the money from USDA, we are going to talk about in just a few minutes about the debts that we're going to be able to issue and the amount of debt we're going to issue. The city could create the debt itself and pay itself back through the airport. But either way, when I was talking about before, you were asking, the city's not taking on this obligation. Well, you are, in essence. Either way, whether it's through the USDA, the city is signing the pledge. But we do these things in a way very conscientiously to make sure that the airport pays for itself. But there are no guarantees in life. You know, another mass, aviation event, other things may happen, and there's all sorts of things that could go south. But we're going to do our best to insulate the city from those things. One of the other things that we're looking at with USDA that I don't have an answer on is the delay of payment for a year, from the end of the construction. So right now we have a year from the time the money funds, but you have to build the building, and we get no revenue until it's built, and it's going to take 9 months minimum to build. So we may have 3 months of some rented hangars, but that's not very much money in the bank. I would like to have a year and 3 months. So we've made that ask to see if that's something that we'll entertain. It's basically in addition to the grant, if you want to think about it that way. And that would allow us to build up the reserve to then fully fund our escrow. And then it's paying itself from day one is the idea. But I've still got to get that ironed out, worked out. So again, we're not taking action tonight. Those come back on the 26th, but the process is we're actually going to issue some bonds. And that'll be something that you and I will probably talk about too, because we're talking about the timing of all that. I'm pointing to you, but I'm also pointing to Mark, who's sitting behind me. That's our FA, financial advisor. So I'll make sure the bond counsel and you all are on the same page about that. Okay.
Great. So no action there.
Yes.
So no action.
Yes, please.
I'm very frustrated because the yellow piece of paper in our package doesn't say what you said. And
Yes.
I understand what you said. I'm in agreement.
Yes.
But I think we shouldn't be holding these actions to approve this money until the package we get matches what we're going to vote on. This is very, very confusing.
Well, that's why we're not voting on it
It's prone
tonight.
to be
Yeah.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
And I just think this is the wrong way to do it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I agree.
Yep. Not too long again. All right, thank you. So our next item is,
Grayson, thank you.
yeah, thank you. Presentation from Samco, City Financial Advisor, on new INS tax rate and debt issuance process, including options for amounts the city can borrow and when.
So do you have a jump chart? Do you want me to pull?
Just handouts.
Just the handouts? Okay. Okay. I have in their packet, they have the one without Alsatian Oaks. And I can pull up the one with Alsatian Oaks, but it doesn't have the bottom part that's been.
That's what this is.
Right. So I'm just saying up there, I'll show the one with Alsatian Oaks without
the bottom.
piece.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I just got to pull it up.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Mark McLean, and I'm with Samco Capital Markets. My partner, Andrew Friedman, also obviously with Samco Capital Markets.
Thank you very much.
We've been working with Scott and trying to identify how you all can borrow money with a limited ad valorem tax impact on your citizens. And you all did and made a huge step this past session when you all approved your tax rate, where you moved the M&O as it dropped because of SB2, Senate Bill 2, over to the INS. The reason you were able to do that is because some of your debt that has been paid by the utility system is technically combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation. They have the support from both. So without issuing debt, you had the authority to move the INS tax over there. Now what that does, and we'll go over some numbers and what we just handed out, what that does, it builds capacity for you to borrow while maintaining that tax rate. Andrew and I work with a lot of communities that are on your fast growth and facing fast growth. And cities, as you all know and deal with every day, have more needs than you have sources. And so we try to structure debt or give councils the ability to make choices by moving and building capacity while maintaining the total tax rate the same.
If I can pause you right there. You remember, the budget, one of the goals of the budget, when we adopted the budget, we talked about it, was adopt a budget that allowed the council the ability, whether they chose to do it or not, to go issue debt and fix some issues. So that's what he's speaking to. And we did rehearse this a little bit, and I failed to say, the action y'all took the other night, you adopted 0.5233. And what I'm going, and what Mark's kind of launching into right now is the strategy, the overall strategy, what it gets you, and how much we can issue, and what the strategy might be, not just for the next 2 years, but the next 5 to 10. In essence, what you adopted, that 0.5223 really, or 0.5233, is a $2 million debt issuance. If you look at it in a short term, with a short-term lens, and say, okay, this is how much we would be able to issue, and if we don't have any type of strategy behind that. Now, as you know, $2 million, when we look at streets, our cost to replace all the streets is going to easily be $8 million to, I'm going to say 12, just based on, depending on when we do it and inflationary costs to those streets. And looking at the standard, if we do behind the curb is going to be asphalt, then we've got Country Village and River Bluff, they'll be at a higher rate. So that they're going to make up maybe 40 to 50% of the cost of the other streets. So it really depends on how soon, how quickly, and how much we dedicate to it. But the short story is $2 million doesn't even scratch the surface of what the city's needs are just from a street standpoint, let alone drainage, planning, parks, other quality of life improvements, facilities, future police stations, that kind of stuff that we talked about in CIP. So just to clarify, the action is 2 million, but the strategy is, well, how do we take that and leverage that into to additional debt issuance? And that's what you were just kind of speaking to.
And so we're going to bounce around on this handout a few bits, left to right, top and bottom, and I'm going to go and please ask questions. And we're going to start with the bottom, and this is not up on the spreadsheet, on the screen.
It's here, it's just these TAVs are different.
So if you look at the bottom part of the page that was handed out, and you're going to see a long, narrow rectangle right in the middle of that box. That's your current snapshot of where you are with your tax rate. Taxable value for 2021 is $287 million. That's what the appraisal district gave to you all. Notice with Alsatian Oaks, it still is 287. We haven't gotten any growth from it. It's still the same number. The middle year-to-date change, those are the changes percentage-wise that you've grown over the past years. Now notice right underneath that long, narrow, rectangular box, what's going to happen. That's with Alsatian on their speed. So you've been growing at a fast clip, average, over the last 4 years, about 10%. But nothing compared to what's going to happen with Alsatian Oaks. Now, you look at the middle column, the total tax rate, and that long rectangular box, your current tax rate is 52.33. It's broken down, keeping going to the right. M&O is 43 cents, roughly 44 cents, and INS is 8 cents. As you grow, and this is what Senate Bill did a couple of years ago, as you grow, the state, in their wisdom, says you can raise levy by about 3.5%. That's it. So your M&O, with their wisdom, is going to be forced down every single year as you're growing at 20% cap. Now, we don't know what it will be exactly, because we don't know what the exact growth is. They judge new growth versus differently than new growth, but the cap is still pretty hard, 3.5% roughly speaking. So anything more than that is going to be forced into lower M&O tax rate.
And to clarify on that, that is when the taxable value just goes up through inflation, the higher assessments by the county, or by improvements to existing structures.
Correct. Or new construction too.
That's new construction as well.
It's what the appraisal district does for values within the community, within the city limits. And now in the calculation worksheets, they do break things out different for new construction versus old construction. But as you all know, that Alsatian Oaks prevents some of it through the TERS. So we're trying to be real conservative here and show what's likely to happen, but I promise you it will be wrong because the values are going to be different. Right. But in theory, this is close to what's going to happen.
Well, I also want to say, we're only taking Alsatian Oaks into question because that's the only one that, working with Mr. Benford and his back and forth negotiating, this is the only one that we have kind of proposed values and a close estimation of what those values will look like. The others are also working on similar tables, but we haven't put those in here. There are 4 other developers currently, and I expect at least as many more will happen in the next 3 to 4 years that are similar in size and magnitude to Alsatian. So you could conservatively take what the Alsatian, if you went out 3 years, you could take their increased values and just kind of move it, take that same amount, duplicate the column and move it down 3 years, and that would also be a conservative estimate of future growth, yes.
The Alsatian Oaks has a TERS, and so that has to be treated separately. If there's others, I think like what you're saying is these percentages would be going bigger when you add them all in.
You're right.
But the TERS causes you to, they're not in the TERS.
Yeah, no, you're right. So it's even, so that would be, if you took their numbers and duplicated them, you'd actually be extremely conservative.
Yes.
Because the others, like the agreement we signed tonight, It doesn't have a TERS, but it does have a repayment, and it's 60, I talked about a 60-40 split. We get 40% of the new value. It's a 20-year agreement, not a 30 like Alsatian was. So it's a little slimmer from an agreement, the terms standpoint.
Could you explain to us what would happen if there were new TERS zones created for new development? How would it affect this?
Well, not at all, because I'm sorry. This only contemplates, first off, what Mark did was he locked in our increases in base value at 6%, and he only did it for 3 or 4 years. And then he held it flat, which is totally unrealistic, because we know it's going to grow beyond that. And then secondarily, he only included Alsatian Oaks. So whatever happens in the future is gravy on top of this. And this, as we're kind of trying to make clear, it is very, very, very conservative. It is somewhat realistic because we're basing it on their numbers, but it's still conservative because the TERS is, as we just heard from Mr. Bickford, it's going to perform very, very well. It's going to outperform not only what the agreement anticipated, but it's going to outperform what we're anticipating currently. I mean, it's going to continue to, that model is going to continue to improve.
And this is all theory, because those numbers will change. You may do some TERS, new development, some without. But the theory, and this is what I'm getting at to show capacity, as that growth comes, look at the column of M&O rate. What happens to the M&O rate to your taxes? It goes from what it is this year, 43, to 42, to 41, to 40. So if you're keeping the total tax rate the same, those pennies, as they drop, have to go to the INS, to the debt service side. You can only have an INS tax rate for debt. So that was we had some debt that's paid by the utility system that technically can be covered by taxes. So you're abiding by the law, but at some point, if you don't have debt, then the INS drops also. And so you have the M&O and the INS declining. And once you start that happening, it's hard to ever get it back because it is a tax increase. Now, your report that goes out to your voters, if you say we're keeping it 53 cents just like it is, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, and you're doing a new tax, setting a tax rate still at 53, it may go to the voters or your taxpayers as a tax increase because their valuations is increased and they're paying more. But the tax rate is staying the same. And if the tax rate stays the same, the levy is going to bring in more, especially if the INS is going up as the M&O is going down. So notice on the second column from the right, keeping the M&O tax rate the same, you're going from 8.5 cents roughly of debt service tax to 11.5. Now, I'm just talking dollars, levies, and that's the far column on the right. Your 8.5 cents brings in $243,000 to debt service. Your 11.5 pays $394,000, almost $400,000. So keep that in mind as we go to the top part, the top chart. So what we have is the existing taxable value. That's the cities right now. And then at a annual growth rate of 6% for 3 years and 0 growth after that. That's the second column next to the year. Then I added in Alsatian Oaks on their schedule that they presented on how fast they think they're going to be building and what those values are. And I'm not inflating it. The building's there or a house is there now and 4 years from now. I'm not saying that's going to increase in value at all. It's staying flat. There's no bumping on anything. Now, the new estimated taxable value has where you are now at roughly $287 million. In 2 years, you're going to be double what you are now. So right in the middle is your existing debt. This is all debt that the city has that can be considered tax supported. Doesn't have to be paid by taxes. It's considered. It's a general obligation or a certificate of obligation that can be paid from any source. you can see the INS required tax rate to cover that debt. Well, in this year, the required tax rate would be 11 cents for debt. You only set 8.5. That's where your transferred money's coming in for to cover it, the drainage or utility system. What I'm trying to show is if you go to the third column from the right, you will have, if you go through this program, you will have $10 million worth of capacity to borrow and support by your INS tax and maintaining the exact same tax rate you have today. So you look to the far right-hand column, eventually tax rate is required is 11 cents, 11.51, then it drops again, starts dropping again. And if you look down on the second column from the right, on the bottom, your tax rate, keeping M&O being transferred over to the INS, it's 11.50. So what this tells you is keeping your 53 tax rate, your 53-cent tax rate that you just recently approved. If you maintain that, you will have the ability to borrow $10 million. I would not suggest borrowing all $10 million today or tomorrow, because that's betting that Alsatian Oaks is going to start coming in. But you would have the capacity later this year, fiscal year, to borrow perhaps $5 million of that 10. And then we can see the Alsatian Oaks come in, and as that comes in either faster or slower, we come in with the follow-on issue, because I don't want you all to be in a position that you have to raise taxes because we borrowed a year earlier than we wanted.
Well, I do also want to mention two things. The Country Village is coming in sooner than Alsatian Oaks, and it's 100%. And so it's not nearly as big, but that'll be on the tax rolls a lot quicker. I mean,
And that's,
they've already
so
got
how
the
does
bad
that, because
side.
that is, I think that's going to be somewhere between $30 and $40 million total, based on the numbers that I've seen. So how does that, how does that affect the M&O?
Well, if you add in that 30 million or 40 million, whatever it is, part of that's going to be considered new growth. Part of it will be considered, the dirt. And that 3.5%, that levy, that's what it's going to come back to. How much is the state going to require you to lower your tax where your new revenue is only 3.5% more than your current revenue? And this is to SB2.
That kind of goes, when I was talking about this year, just to kind of use as a visual example, if you can recall in your mind those lines, and we talked about the do-nothing rate. The do-nothing rate was the highest M&O rate, maintenance and operation rate, which is that 3.5% rate that he keeps referring to.
Right.
That was that highest rate that we could adopt, plus our existing INS of like 0.026. Right, that was the base rate. So the same thing will happen next year. It'll go, in essence, that part of the rate will go down. If we don't, it's going to happen all on its own. We can decide consciously to go to the voters and try to raise it, but I'm not going to recommend that. We're going to let it go down. We'll take the 3.5 they're going to give us. But what his models are all showing is we want to keep the rate flat and pump any additional into INS, and we'll be able to do that if we issue this year. If we issue $5 million, we'll have kind of the same flexibility that we had this year, where we can move that into the INS rate. We'll
Let me state that a different way and see if I'm right on this. So it sounds like basically what you're saying is that our M&O is not going to increase substantially, probably until we start having to add officers for some of the additional personnel. So our M&O needs are not going to appreciate substantially, and they would be able to be fit in with the rules that we get from the state, right?
Yeah.
And so what we're doing,
I would define that as my job, and that's kind of my job as city administrator, is to control our spending on the maintenance operations side to fit within that 3.5% until we can't. And when we can't is going to get to what you were just speaking to. From a public safety perspective, we know that bill is going to come due at some point. And when it does, it depends on a lot of different things. You know, it just depends on how much growth we've had and how much of that we get to capture. But more than likely, there will be a vote. But it will be around the issue of funding public safety. It won't be for bureaucratic. I mean, it'll be very clear that there's a public safety need, and that's what this is going to go to.
So basically, we're taking the INS rate, so as our properties increase in value, as the total amount of value is added on, we're taking the additional, and we're reinvesting it into the city. We're improving our streets, we're improving our utility systems through that function. So basically, the cost to operate the city don't increase substantially. As the values increase, we can start basically fixing what we've got, making it nicer.
Yes, sir. So, and again, I'm trying to remember, our total budget is, for general fund is 4.5, that range? 4 million, around 4 million?
And we're paying debt faster.
Right.
Yeah, and you can see that here.
But not just, I'm just thinking about it, like just the O&M side. So our cost of doing business is $4 million.
Yeah.
So 1% of that's 40 grand. So if I can grow by 3.5, just using round numbers, it's about 120 grand a year. And we know, as Herb pointed out earlier, we've got a lot of inflationary pressures that are going to hit the city. It's going to be a challenge to keep operating the city, personnel being one of the largest expenses, and anticipating that cost of living adjustments, et cetera, to stay within that 3.5. But that's my job. Keep it flat. But that's just an order of magnitude. For next year, you're looking at like maybe 120 grand. And that's probably going to be inflation. I mean, if you want to cause it, I mean, that's more or less that's what that's going to be eaten up on. We're not adding new people. We won't be expanding or adding additional services more than likely, unless there's a conscious decision and it's tied to increase in taxes that more than likely will require voter approval. That's just the world we're living in because of SB 2.
So you're in the position that because of what you authorized this past couple of weeks on your tax rate, that if the plan is to maintain that tax rate, you've set yourself up in a position to borrow for general fund projects, streets, drainage, facilities, curbs, gutters, whatever it might be. And you could do that this fiscal year, with the first payment being next fiscal year. So it wouldn't affect your budget on expenses this year. Those projects, the method to do that would be a certificate of obligation. And the process of a certificate of obligation is the city council does what's called a notice of intention resolution. Mr. Benford would draft it. It is a notice of intention. You're notifying your citizens that the city intends to borrow, and my number, I'm choosing $5 million, an amount not to exceed $5 million for streets and sidewalks, curbs, gutters.
Parks.
Whatever the projects may be. And you publish that 2 weeks in a row, approximately 45 days after that, which really would fall on your council meeting 2 months later, you'd have the ability to receive interest rates, bids on those bonds, and award it to the low bidder. And you would have money about 30 days after that. So it's a 90-day process, but you couldn't say certificates of obligation for streets, and let's just say we said streets, and then use money for parks. Unless you said it in that wording, it is streets and parks has to be in there.
And I'll just tell you, so we've done this before. Mark and I have been a team and done this before. So I try to make those official statements as general as possible within that the law allows, and I would utilize our CIP planning effort to do that. And I would probably, as we talk about strategy and long term and what we're going to do, not just for 5 years but 10 years, as Mr. Dyer was talking about earlier. I would use the same language over and over until things started falling off. But like streets is going to be in there every time. Drainage is going to be in there every time. Because we know that those issues are going to take probably the cycle of 3 debt issuances to fully resolve. So those will be in there. Parks will probably be in there every time, some element of parks. as we adopt the plan and look at projects and that kind of thing. And then other items, we might talk about planning and engineering, and there might be something very specific. It's occasionally, like for instance, one of the things that you and I have talked about is a GIS system. Well, if we were to invest in that and we wanted to actually name that, hey, this is something we're going to invest in, we're use this debt issuance to do it, then that might go in there as a one-off. But the rest of the language is actually pretty generic, purposely, as long as the Attorney General approves it, that we leave it that way, because that's going to address the core concerns that you all had. We may, the other exceptions might be facilities. Anytime we got into a facility planning type cycle where we were ready to start talking about police, and again, I'm not saying that's today, that's many years in the future, then that would be specifically mentioned. We'd say, okay, these bonds are going to be issued for these purposes and to build a joint fire and police station, or a whatever, fill in the blank. But it'd be specific to the facility that's being built, because that's pretty typical. But it would be pretty generic.
And we wouldn't put a dollar amount. You put a limit, an amount not to exceed $5 million, but we wouldn't say $2 million for streets, or we wouldn't say $750,000 for a particular street, because if it came in under, then you're stuck having to spend $750 on that street. And if it came in over, you don't have money to move it around. So we leave it, just like Scott said, flexible, but it's in your court to move it around, and you couldn't do. If you didn't say parks, you couldn't say, oh, now we need to do ball fields, and we got this money, we're going to do parks, because that notice of intention is alerting your voters. That gives them the right to petition you. And I haven't been around many petitions, but Medina County is a place that has petitioned. So it's something, typically it's petition because tax rates are going higher. Here, we'll be saying we can get this done without tax increase.
Or the rate increase.
Rate increase, not a levy, the rate increase, tax rate. So your move to authorize your tax sets you up. Now, last thing I'm going to show you is on the far right-hand column, the tax rate hits at 11, but then it declines. And again, we're not adding in new growth. By 5 years, when we hit that 11, we're not even growing our current values. So what it does show is perhaps in 5 years you're going to be having another drop, perhaps sooner with new development, that another bond issue would be following, another CO. But this is a $10 million issue that you all could afford. Again, I wouldn't suggest doing all 10 now. I think 5 would be now, perhaps 18 months from now, 2 years from now, making sure Alsatian's up and running, the other growth, then we'd come in with phase 2.
So I'm going to suggest what we've done in the past, and you just heard me talk about, we'll have to talk about the bond issue for, because they're buying our bonds, how that's going to play out. But we're going to talk about rates next for the utility system. The rate, and this is a presentation, the rate presentation is a presentation. There's no action that's going to come of it. We're seeking your input because we want to take that input and then finalize what would be a recommendation to council for action to actually adopt rate changes, whatever those rate changes may be. But the rates that are being proposed are supportive of $6 million a year in utility fund investment. That sounds like a lot of money because it is, but it's not enough to address all the concerns in the utility system. When we estimate the total cost of the needs for the utility system as they stand today, without doing a bunch of engineering, our conservative estimates are about $7.5 million a year. So we're underfunding it right out of the gate by around $6 million over a 5-year period. But that's purposeful because we don't have the capacity or bandwidth to handle $7.5 million worth of projects from day one. We have shovel-ready, River Bluff. I've got shovel-ready, maybe the AMR and AMI, and some other projects. So I'll get into that next, but I'm only bringing that up at this juncture because, truthfully, what we're going to probably recommend is that in January, we would go, depending on the outcome of the rate discussion and what you all choose to do, if we were going to issue debt, we would issue it as a combination certificate of obligation, revenue, and tax pledged. And what that would allow us to do is go issue $10 million or $11 million, $5 for the general fund, the remainder for the utility fund, the utility fund would be revenue supported as reflected in the rates. The general fund would be tax supported as reflected in the model that Mark has shared with you tonight. So that's where we're headed. That's where the conversation is about to go in the next, what we're about to talk about. But there is, so the point is, and we'll talk about ratings and some other things, Mark and I, depending on your feedback tonight, both during this discussion and the one that follows, we'll develop a strategy. And what I've done in the past is we end up going to the market. I try to time it where we're going every 2 years, so that we're issuing debt. So we issue $10 or $11 million this year. We don't issue any next year. The following year, we might issue more because remember that utility was $6 million a year. We might issue $18 million the following year, but that's going to be for a 2-year period to take care of all the projects during those 2 years. The thing that we haven't hit on yet that I think you're headed to next is, okay, so we're setting this up so that we can back our way into this amount that's falling off right here. So I'm sorry, that's your value. Am I in the right part of mine? I am, right? Yeah. Yeah, your existing debt column, I'm sorry. See, it's 321, 324, and then it drops to 87. So if we do that issue, we will be backing into that 87. But we have to make the payment now. We're going to pay it next year. So the idea is that we would use fund balance, the cash on hand, to make that payment in the first year that it was due. And then after that, the rate takes care of it. The tax rate takes care of it. But we're going to fund it out of fund balance that first year. I'm doing the same thing on the utility side. We have enough cash on the utility fund side to allow us, and the concept, I mean, the only reason I'm doing it, considering or recommending doing it, is to allow us to start now, to not delay doing projects, to be able to say to the voters and the people who are supporting you all, look, we're going to act when we do the tax changes, when we do the rate changes. We're not going to wait for the money to show up and then plan it. We're going to start as soon as we can.
Well, the fact is that in the past few years, we have underspent. And
Yes.
that's one of the reasons that we're here. And so your approach with this is just rectifying that situation and saying, we really should have invested this before, but it works out really well for us because then we use it as the launching pad to fund the first year as we start working it and actually start making some of the improvements there. It's a good strategy. Right.
So I don't, do you have anything else you wanted to add, or we're kind of
The
close
last
to
thing
the
I have to say is really about the city. Your finances are extremely strong. So borrowing this money, you touched on rating agency, they look at your audits, your past audits, your growth projections and all that, and you all are standing very firmly with very good finances. And that's really important when you start going out into the market. Just like any bank, we're not the lenders, we're your advisor. But banks are going to be looking at it, and purchasers are going to be looking at it, and they're looking down into your audits and say, how are you operating? How is the cash position? And you all really are standing in a strong position to go out into the market.
And the thing that we look to you as financial advisors is to make sure that the strategies that we're approaching are solid, they're sound. We do this with our personal finances, some of us using financial advisors to make sure that we're not overextending. Some of the things that you've talked about is making sure that you don't anticipate. I equate it for the people who are watching and maybe not understanding some of this. We had some that commented before that they were what was it?
we were in debt up to our eyeballs.
Well, yeah, I've heard it before, we're in debt up to our eyeballs, and I just want to make it clear that we are not in debt up to our eyeballs. We are actually under, what would you call it?
You would be a very low debt community. Now, that doesn't make any, doesn't necessarily make people feel better, because any new debt is going to be adding on. New Braunfels was like this 20 years ago. I mean, New Braunfels was very low debt, and they've added about $200 million worth of debt, 75,000 people. So, I mean, it's not, I'm not comparing. One of the things that you have $10 million of capacity. If you had to go forward, we could get there, I would be nervous.
Right.
I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to get out over your skis and be in a position that you've got to cut M&O or transfer M&O to cover debt service.
Well, and to be clear, we don't have, I mean, we've had the CIP discussion. We've kind of tallied up what it is. We aren't going to try to replace all the streets at once. I just told you it's 8 to 12 million to do all the streets. The streets are a big part of what we're going to try to accomplish. But if you look at parks, I mean, I realistically think a $2.5 million debt per year, trying to spend 2.5 a year is realistic for the city for the foreseeable future, for the next 5 to 6 years. Now, beyond 6 years, like I said, there's going to be facility issues. There's going to be some other challenges that will be more expensive. But right now, even if you could give me $2 million, I wouldn't know how to spend it and you wouldn't either, based on our own discussion. We came up with a list. I think it's a doable list, and the cost is in that $2.5 million a year range. Some of that will be planning. The planning side of things for the drainage, for instance, I fully anticipate that's $150,000 to $250,000. I hope our engineer's not listening, but I anticipate that's in that range. That'll be the first stage. Just then put together the drainage fee that will be the basis for then going and issue debt specifically for drainage, which we would tie to one of these debt issues I talked about in the future. But yeah, I think 5 is a reasonable number. I think 2.5, we spend no less than $1 million a year on streets, up to 2.5 in any given year, potentially, depending on the projects, because we can get a lot of bang for our buck if we try to do, for instance, all of River Bluff in a time when it makes sense, get that level done, right? It means that you're going to get calls. Why did you do here and not over here? It's all going to be, we're going to have to develop a plan, communicate that plan, execute the plan, build trust with our taxpayers. But
and I'm okay with fielding those calls, because if we get calls, why are you doing it there and not here? That means we're doing something.
Yeah.
So as long as we're doing something, and this, we're
it's a
doing
good problem to have. People are complaining, why aren't you doing my yard now, or my street, or my sidewalk? Yeah.
Right. And instead of saving up, and I think what has been done historically is that the city would save up and then spend it, and save up and then spend it. And this allows us to do it more methodically, still within a solid financial base, which is why I appreciate Scott's experience and your experience as financial advisors in making sure that we stay within that. So we are, if you equate it to a person and their finances, we're living within our means. We're living well below our means right now. And so we're just bringing this up so that we're actually doing some work on our own homes.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you. So we again, the direction I was looking for is kind of some of the feedback I received. You may want to do a roundtable, Mayor, and just, is there any questions or concerns we have? Just go down the line.
Sure. Let's start over here with Herbie.
I have no questions.
Great.
No questions.
No.
Very good
Thank you.
presentation, by the way.
No questions.
Very informative.
It's a lot. I just know that this spreadsheet, I appreciate you walking through. It's about the 5th time I've been through it now. And the first time I looked at it, I completely missed for instance, where that debt was falling off. I was like, how are we doing this? Well, yeah, there's a lot of debt capacity that's about to fall off, and that we're backing into that. And that's where the 5 comes from, because in my head, I was at 2. We're at 2. No, we're at 5, because all that's going to fall off. And again, yeah, he said 10. Depending on the level of development we have, and I'm not recommending, we don't need it. I've just said we need about 5 every 2 years. I don't expect that to change for at least 5 years, but we're going to have the ability to issue about 20, is my anticipation, in 4 years. So he has 10 now, but in 4 years, 4.5, maybe 5 years, and that 5-6 year, in that time frame, there should be so much development, so much added value from all the stuff that's going on. We'll be in a position with the rate that we have, not changing the rate, leaving the rate flat. It won't be 10, it'll be like 20.
And if you look on the sheet that he handed out, of course, we don't have that up here, but if you go down, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column, starting at our current rate of 0.5233. All of the assumptions that he's making on these dollar amounts, it's leaving the rate where it is. This is how much additional is going to be available to us to continue to improve the city. And some of this also, the estimations that we got, and I think we talked about this before, the estimations that you'll notice here for Alsatian Oaks, it goes up to almost $455 million. I think the original estimations that we had were closer to 380. So just, what's that?
It was 384.
384. So already, that's that's a huge amount that's going to be coming into the city
20%
from.
increase.
Yeah.
It's a seller's market.
And that doesn't include the 30 or 40 million dollars or maybe more that's coming in from the other ones. And yeah, so nice. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yes. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're at 7:54.
Ramsey was ready to go. You gonna check the
Sorry,
battery?
Ramsey.
You gonna check the battery?
Sorry.
Building down 90.
Oh, here it comes, go folks.
Yep, building down 90.
There's this red thing crawling down the highway.
Yep. Coming this way. Rain coming in.
Oh, rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did trim we trimmed like 6 or 8 slides. So, do you want us for this? That's up to you. You don't need to figure it out. You really don't. And if you've got it, just take it with you and look at it.
No, I looked at it.
I don't have the Excel file, but I fully anticipate there's going to be some feedback that will change this. So this is not the file. This is a final draft from us, but it's not.
No, I saw the Main Street developers.
Yeah.
When I worked with Beth Hudson years ago, she's now the business development
Okay.
director. This company has grown.
What was going on?
He said he needs a plumber.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Saltwater
Well, I think Scott has really, he's primed us pretty well on this, and so to have your spreadsheet develop this into, 10, 15 years.
It's hard to see all those numbers.
Yeah, well, I know that budgeting is a crystal ball project, so.
How much better do we have left?
But you do your best, and you,
Oh, yes.
as you said, be conservative with your revenues.
Well, hopefully it
And,
doesn't leave
so the fact is,
2.5 more
you
items?
considered one development project, and this is what we're looking at. Next year, we could see another one the same size.
You know, everything's going on over there.
Yeah.
I work on
Well,
play over at the county all.
Okay,
And all that development to the.
Oh, yeah, well, that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So Rio Medina.
Yep.
Tranco, all that stuff. Everything's coming here.
Yeah, I know. It's all heading this way. We need to figure out how
Shut the door behind you.
where's our fence?
Corral everything up.
To go into town at 8 o'clock is terrible.
Oh, I know. Well, I appreciate this group that has invested in our downtown redevelopment project, because those are the families that for the last probably two generations have been holding this place stagnant.
In full disclosure, one of those.
Yeah.
We're not, I was able to, that's because I love this area.
Yeah.
This, we have a property just out there, 173.
Okay.
This is where, although I live in San Antonio, this is where I'm.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is that there have just been those over the past several generations that stifled growth there. I mean, even 15 years ago, I was, I'm a surveyor, I was trying to develop a tract of land inside River Bluff subdivision that was platted and zoned for multifamily. And it was 12 acres. And the guy that came in, he wanted to build fourplexes. The neighborhood came apart. They screamed and hollered and jumped up and down. He says, okay, we'll replat it. We'll go to single families. It took us a year to get that thing replatted. Yeah. I
kind of like it.
Yeah.
It's exciting. It's interesting to be in a position to see all these people moving.
Yeah. Well, it's going to change, and that's what everybody's afraid of.
Well, we know it is. It's just trying to make it change nicely.
And set it up a way with forward vision instead of being reactive.
And attract the new residents that appreciate and respect that. So, thank you
We're
again.
happy to come back into that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very.
I'm going to stand up too. So I did a 5 minute last
Glad to be on here.
finished up we went to Blanca County and finished up to and I got back to
Wow. Carrie's whipping me into shape. Good.
Good.
Sad. You know, we did a mile coach park, and I was under 10 minutes, but not much. I was like 9.5 minutes, and I've been in much better shape before this.
Me too.
And it's hard. I get it. It was very friendly. It stuck all around. You talk about the freshman 40, I got the COVID 50.
To me, it's very clear.
Except you don't have all the great hair.
Yes.
I'll bring some to you next time.
Yeah, that was really a good brief.
See you.
The more we hear this, the more sense it makes.
He has spent so many hours going through this. He's like, it didn't
And
make
it's
sense.
blowing up more and more.
Like, crunched it. This one too. This one was about to go over. Is there Josh's mom?
I told you I deleted it.
Jessica. I don't know.
Yeah, how?
She was the
Oh,
mayor.
you had it on your. Yeah, so let me do that. We'll plug it from here. And then, yeah, it is out.
There's the mayor from 1991 to 1993.
There's a lot of camps in this community.
I am due for a laptop upgrade, but
All right, Deborah, you ready for us to start back up?
Just one sentence.
You gotta change your
It's gonna be a
battery.
big item.
No, I've got 102 minutes now. and so
We're not going to use the 102 minutes.
We got rain coming this way down
Yep.
90. Looking at the radar.
I'm sorry for your part.
What is it?
Anybody else want Cracker Jacks?
Car from the dealership, so it's still.
What's that?
For like a week.
I'm okay.
You gonna get something?
I'm just gonna grab some snacks out of the.
Yeah.
If there's a bottle of water in the bottom of the ice box, could you bring me one?
I'm good.
Thank you.
I want to
If
get
there's
fired
not,
back
don't
up.
worry
I
about
want some.
Thunderstorms in the area, rain possible
Yep.
about 9:45.
Yep. No, that could not last.
Oh, Deborah.
I hope we're done by 9:45.
Yes.
I'll win a bet, but.
How long does it take you to get home?
Yeah, her over-under is, she said 9:30. If you're out by 9:15, I don't have to pay her $5. So I'm hoping we're out by 9.
it. No.
I want to get home before
You know,
Not a chance.
I would.
This is the last item. There's not enough.
You're only having to pay her $5?
No, that's not.
I told him I'd pay him by the.
You don't need to talk about
break.
staff reports. Yeah, so are these the last time?
All right, come on.
All right.
Let's
We're
get
gonna-
done.
Paul,
You ready?
I thought you were after him. If you're gonna talk after him, that's another 2 hours.
No, that's staff reports. I'm gonna say, do you have any questions?
Oh, I
I'm
have
gonna
a
say,
whole lot of
no,
questions.
ready to go, Scott, let us go. I'm gonna say, all right.
And you can call me Todd.
Nice.
Are we waiting for Paul? or should
You want
Yeah,
my
we're gonna wait
key?
for Paul. I just want to make sure that Deborah was ready so we could just pull that trigger right away.
I actually don't see it. Did you hit the button?
Yeah, the live stream's still on. I'm just waiting on the recording.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me when the recording's ready.
We're saying this is the last item. This is the last item. They said we're not.
Almost.
Well, the staff reports is basically.
I know.
Staff reports and then agenda items. I know they got something for that. Okay, you ready? All right, we're going to reconvene at 8:03. And this item is presentation and review of utility rate study update prepared by Schneider Electric. And I think that the newest version is the handout that, right?
Right, and we did put it in the Surface Pros too.
Okay.
It's in that too.
While we get that
Where'd you
sorted
get that?
out,
Where'd you print it out?
I can put it in your Surface Pro if you want to go
That's
get a
the
hard
hand,
copy, I will. I can.
Is it close?
Pardon?
Is it close?
Well, you can have mine, or I can make.
Well, you've got it in your Surface Pros.
You're right. I'll go get it.
It's a, I can make some more so that y'all can follow along while he's doing that. How many needs one?
But do you want to just watch it on your?
I can do it on this.
You sure?
I got it.
Okay.
So in your email you sent to us, if I remember right.
I put it in the packet itself, so when you look at the packet, it's.
Oh, I got the newest packet.
Yes.
Yep.
It's in there.
Okay.
All right, let's go. I was waiting for a picture of a new baby. The court clerk has a new great grandbaby.
Great.
She was born this afternoon, but she hadn't said it.
I got a question. She says he's 8th generation.
Mm-hmm. You did say that.
Extend to see if that may be.
Now, Mary's great grandparents were here. His great grandparents.
I haven't tried it with this.
Some people pack them a little closer than others.
7, 8.
Some people pack them a lot closer than
Josh would be
others.
3 generations behind Mary. I know anything. I gotta go ask. I'm gonna have to sit down with Mary and ask her that.
Let me put it this way. My eldest sister and my mother-in-law are 3 years apart.
Maybe just lost.
What's that?
Yep.
Joanne's grandmother
no,
was
it's
the
just
same
down
age as my
here.
parents.
My
That's
mom's
okay.
oldest sister is 20 years older than her.
My mom and dad's youngest siblings are the same age as Jeff.
Joanne
That
has,
still don't help the 8th generation.
You do it a
Josh,
couple
if
of
you're
times.
listening, I'm gonna come ask you that question.
Well, if you go to where my mom is from, Ferryland, Newfoundland, her family, the Kavanaughs, came over in 1700s, and they've been Kavanaughs there ever since. So that's how many generations I am hooked up there.
Well, no, I don't mind the fact there's a lot of generations.
Yeah.
I'm saying in the time from the 1844 to now.
Yeah. Well, heck, I'm first generation on my mom's side, and then on my dad's side, I'm second in the States.
Oh, in the state.
See, that's an average of 22 years each.
Possible.
We having technical difficulties?
I mean, I can give you the whole presentation from memory, but I don't think that'll help everybody.
I have 5 people watching, so maybe.
One of them's probably my husband.
That's kind of cute. You see them drop down to about 2 or 3.
Guys were taking that time Josh Kemp was on the original Alsatian Dancers when they were, I don't know how soon, but you performed for me 40 years ago. But when he moved back to Castroville last year, he rejoined again this year.
That's cool. The jewelries. Deborah, I think he just wants to pay you that $5.
Yeah, I know, I was just saying, I was about to tell him, Ramsey, you're costing me $5.
I told you not to. $5 to talk fast, so, my battery doesn't. It's a vicious cycle.
Just trying to help out on that. As mentioned, I'm Ramsey Kripe. I'm with Schneider Engineering. We've been working the past.
Right there and see where you're at.
He also has a handheld mic if he wants to stand where he can see.
We've been working on this pretty extensively the past couple of days, so I know a good chunk of it, but now that I said that, I'm going to be bitten by my cocktail, so. There we go. So this is a culmination of the past 6 months worth of work or so that we've been working with Scott and his staff to identify where the costs are going to be coming from in the utility fund and what sort of rate revenues we need to do to have in the utility fund to get it. This should really only be covered, and I should note that this is only covering electric, water, wastewater, and gas. I believe at airport is also in the utility fund as well, but we're not discussing that today. So we're going to break this down into a couple of different sections. Feel free to ask questions at any point. I'll also pause at various points where it makes sense to allow you to have the opportunity to ask questions as well. But it's going to kind of 4 broad sections. What is a cost of service study? And then we'll get into your cost of service study results. Your financial forecasts, and then the rate recommendations and what those forecasted impacts are going to be. So this is what we've been working on the past 6 months. We were enlisted in March to start on the cost of service and rate study. In April, we expanded that to include the natural gas utility. At that point, we had our kickoff meeting, issued the data request. We've been working diligently since then. We've provided a couple updates of initial results to Scott, to John, to Leroy, to review and discuss and Owen and make sure that we're all on the right track. And then that brings us to tonight. And so when we start thinking about what a cost of service study is, it's really, we're going to really need to understand a couple of key terms. Cost of service is related to the cost to serve a particular rate class of customer. So residential, commercial, industrial. You don't have any industrial customers, so it's really just residential versus commercial. And to do that, what we do is apply allocation factors. So in an ideal world, we would be able to say, Scott uses X amount of energy, and therefore he is assigned these specific costs on the system. In reality, we don't have that sort of insight to be able to say that for 8:15 in the morning, Scott's household is using X amount of energy, X amount of water, X amount of natural gas, and to design an individual rate just for him. So we aggregate those into rate classes, and then on the basis of that, we apply allocation factors to help us make those evaluation and assignments of costs. There are a couple of terms related to rates that come next, and those are demand, usage. Demand is the instantaneous amount of energy consumed or instantaneous amount of usage at any one point. So if you think about, one of those speed guns, like if you're throwing a baseball, that's going to capture the fastest. It's going to capture that instantaneous speed. It's not going to catch the tail off as it dives down.
Gotta hit the left.
Usage is going to be the aggregate amount of demand in a given month. So demand is instantaneous, usage is the aggregate. in what you're building. Energy charge or usage charge, since we're talking about all four utilities, that's the amount that you're charged on the basis of your usage every month. Demand charge, you don't have one of these. At some point, if you were to get a large data center, which are increasingly popular in Texas, that might be something that we would need to look at. It's a fixed rate component, but for this particular instance, we're not really going to dive too much detail on that. Power cost recovery factor, this is something else that you don't have on your system. You have it on your gas side, which is the fuel recovery component. On your power side, we generally see these as well. You don't have to, and you don't. It may be something that we would look at down the road, but not in the immediate future. And then I skipped customer charge. That's a fixed amount that's paid on a monthly basis. So if you have zero usage, it's currently $9.51 for residential customers, and so for electric. So if you were an electric only residential customer and you had zero usage that month, your bill from the city would be $9.51. It's the minimum amount bill. Any questions on those terms? Okay. What a cost of service study is, it's an industry standard methodology of looking at and assigning up costs. For cities specifically, this is a management tool. It's a way for you to understand how the costs of the system are getting assigned and allocated to your individual customers and individual customer classes, and how those interact with the rates that you're charging to those customers. So when we do these, it's not necessarily producing hard and fast results. It's providing that insight that we can use to then take and develop rates. And so the way we approach these is we took your most audited financial year, so fiscal year 2020, and directly assigned costs between utilities whenever possible. So when we got the financial statements, there are utility costs assigned to each of the four utilities, and then there's some shared administrative costs, so utility admin, some of city overhead is out of utility funds, so those we had to allocate out. And so when we did that on a revenue ratio share basis. So electric as the largest utility got the largest share, natural gas is the smallest utility got the smallest share. And then we excluded, it was solid waste, that's the fifth utility. We included solid waste in the ratios, but because to make sure that solid waste was allocated those costs, but we're not looking at solid waste in there, so some of those total budget numbers, especially when we start looking at the financial forecast down the road, are going to be actually smaller than the budget amount, the amount in your budget, because that missing money is going to be allocated to the solid waste fund. Any questions there?
And why did you all exclude solid waste?
Well, when we talked about remember we had to add gas last minute. Solid waste is on a contract basis. It's already fixed. Even if you guys didn't like it, I'd say tough luck. You got a contract that's, I think, a 10-year contract. So we're not breaking it, and we're not changing it now.
Oh, wait. I guess I'm talking about sewage.
No,
that's
wastewater.
So you're talking about trash.
Yeah,
okay.
Solid waste and trash.
Okay.
And we understand the cost. I mean, the whole idea here is to do a comparison between actual cost and actual revenue, and we already know what the solid waste is.
Well, to me, solid waste is sewage.
Oh,
sorry.
So, but that's because
biosolids.
Stormwater, solid waste. Okay, go on. Got it.
So as we get into our cost of service study results, we're going to break it down by individual utility and sum it all together. Starting off with electric, and I'm going to have these larger, and then I think I repeat the same table on the next slide. So if you're following on the paper copy, they're the exact same tables. It's just that it's a little easier to read the bigger table than the one with the text. But a couple of key results are that if it's a negative, if it's a negative number in the far right column, that's indicating an over-recovery of funds. And so as we think about reading this table from left to right, we have in the left column the cost of the customer class. So residential inside, residential outside, seniors, etc. The allocated revenue is...
And I'm sorry, inside and outside is inside city limits versus outside city limits. Everybody we hope lives inside somewhere.
Especially
Not like a
clarification.
tent or anything.
Right.
It's actually,
Okay. With electricity, yeah.
Okay.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So allocated revenue is when we put the data into the model, what on a theoretical basis should be spitting out and should be collecting in revenue. And the actual revenue is what you actually collected. Pretty simple. And then the increase and decrease to reach a pure cost of service allocation is that plus or minus. So you get the dollar amount and then the percentage amount right next to it. Some of these numbers are looking pretty big, and you have 82,000%, right? And some of that that's largely due to customer class size and SKU. That's also a very particular customer class, and that's the solar DG customer. So there's rate revenue coming back that's going back out to the customer for excess energy that's getting injected into the grid. So extra special rate class, don't worry about those big numbers there. Really what we're looking for when we look at the larger rate classes, so residential inside, residential outside, etc., are about plus or minus 5%. That's generally within margin of error for cost of service. You're a little outside of that.
Everywhere.
But when you are outside of that on those larger rate classes, it's largely to the positive. In that you are over collecting on that rather than under collecting. And that's indicating that there's room for a rate decrease. We'll get into the implications of that later as we get into the financial forecasts and how that all plays out. Any questions on this?
I have a couple of questions on this. So on the residential outside, it says that we're under collecting by $3,300 a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so how is it that we are, is there a greater cost of service outside the city limits? Are they not? I guess I don't understand where that comes from.
Yeah, so if you think about it, think about, it's a great question. It's one of those where when we think about the cost of service customers, it's on a basis of a number of things. One is, how much energy are they using? So how large are the transformers outside of their house that we need to size? Another thing that we're looking at is, what are the facilities required? So when inside city limits, you have houses that are right next to each other. City blocks. Looking at the maps that were up earlier, you had six lots per block in really the downtown sort of area, right? The really old Castroville. And so that meter density means that you can serve a lot of customers without a lot of facilities. When further out you get with customers, you get that less meter density, and that increases the cost because you have to have more poles, more spans of wires, other things to help support the voltage on the system to maintain.
So how many customers do we have residential and commercial outside city limits? Do you know?
It's a really small amount, and we're actually going to be making a recommendation to unify the rate classes and get rid of the outside versus inside delineations.
We might track, so by getting rid of, we might track them for our own purposes, but from a rate standpoint, they'd be treated the same.
Right.
because it's inconsequential. There's not enough of them that make a difference.
What I'm saying is that your allocations, your allocated revenue, those are averages, those are calculations based on how you categorize each of those. So,
Right.
so it's not like we really lost money, it's just that we didn't make as much as we thought we were going to, so.
Or as much as the model assigns to those particular customers.
Right, so the model's gonna make assumptions based on the rate class of what it would anticipate their participation would be. And then that's the second column under actual revenue is what we actually receive by rate class.
But we don't have any details on those those customers. Those customers could live in that house 3 days a week and live somewhere else the rest of the week.
Right, and again, it's not granular detail, it's just a model. The model spits out, okay, based on this.
I'm saying I'm not gonna get worked up about that kind of stuff
Exactly.
because the model.
And you shouldn't.
Right.
The takeaway really is from that bottom number, what was the allocated revenue, what was our actual revenue? Okay, so for electric, we're over collecting by 307. And in my mind, in this discussion, move on. Like, okay, so electric's over collecting 370,000, that's the magnitude.
And I know where that money goes, so.
Were you finished asking your question?
Not completely, go ahead.
Well, again, the two bottom ones, the airport. So you allocated 180, but we got 19,000. And then the same thing with the city. Explain those two.
So the airport and city expense rate classes are two unique rate classes. And one is the city is charging itself for power. And so that has a separate set of, it's a very unique rate class that's going to skew the model. The airport has a very specific rate class as well. And I'm not entirely sure the background on that. I know we discussed it at one point at a high level. But they have a very particular rate structure as well. And some of the facilities out there, some of those are actually city accounts as well. And they're kind of split between the two. So they're unique rate classes, and that leads to skewing this a little bit. We're going to work towards addressing those a little bit to the degree that we're able in our proposed rates for discussion later. But for now, that's part of the reason why those are skewed.
And I guess I'm keeping the allocated revenues in your model. You have a model.
Right.
So you're allocating that revenue, but there's an actual revenue. And why is there a difference?
So the allocated revenue is the theoretical, if we were to take every dollar and say, this is what the residential inside, based on their usage pattern, our allocation factors should be providing to the utility.
Right.
That actual revenue is based on your rates and your audited financials is how much you collect.
Can I give you this example?
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to give you an analogy, and it's not going to be a perfect analogy, but let's pretend this is just a house. And I'm thinking of an old Dagwood cartoon when he's looking at the dog because it's tax season and the dog's not a write-off, and he's giving the dog a dirty look. Just like the dog in the Dagwood cartoon, ideally, if you were to take a model, a financial model, and say, how are we going to run this house? Okay, well, that dog cost me $895 a year to feed and take to the vet and everything else. And so ideally, I'd get $895 worth of revenue or profit somehow from that dog, and I'd break even. That's what the model would kind of give you an idea of the cost allocation for each component within your household. And then you would say, okay, but what is my revenue? Well, just like when we do our taxes and anything else, there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Your cost allocation, you would in the model would say, well, this is what you need to collect, but realistically, it's not inside the realm of reality to try and collect that from the dog, or in that case, from the airport or the city accounts. That's why we're saying kind of don't get wrapped around the axle on that, because it's really just the model saying, because remember, this all started as a cost allocation exercise. What is the city doing? And we know that it would not be reasonable to try and build a model that would perfectly collect revenues as the model dictates. It just doesn't, no one does it.
You don't have the data.
And it just doesn't work. It's not reality.
That's not how financial models
But
work.
it is a tool that is helpful when you're doing this level, the initial level evaluation. Say, okay, this is what the model spits out, and this is what your actual is actually. Now let's look at, okay, what do other systems do, and what's a fair, equitable, responsible, and sustainable way to build our rates such that they make sense, and they
Well, I
fine.
understand costs. I guess I see two different revenues here. One's an allocated revenue, one's an actual revenue.
Yeah.
Allocated, think estimate.
Okay, so think about, I think it is the cost of providing the service plus the appropriate markup would be the allocated.
So,
Right.
so I would think about it like every year so going back to the financial planning that you were using, at the start of every year, you sit down with your financial planner, you set out your budget for the year. I have X amount for groceries, X amount on on Y amount of revenue, right? But if you win the lottery, you go and get a scratch-off card and you win an extra, $10,000. That's going to be revenue that's coming in that doesn't necessarily have the cost assigned to it. And so, that's going to show up as extra revenue that's kind of like what's going on here. You have additional revenue beyond what you initially budgeted. And now you have a decision to make as to whether you're going to be putting it in the bank, transferring it to savings or stocks or whatever, if we were to continue using our financial plan. In the utility market, in the utility space, these rates were designed at a time, and really focused around this particular set of assumptions. As the utilities grown and changed, those assumptions may no longer hold true, or they're true in different ways. And so the rates the rate revenue growth has outpaced the costs associated when those rates were initially developed.
So is it not accurate to say then that the allocated revenue is the cost of running the electrical system plus the estimated markup?
I'm not going to say markup because you're a city utility.
Well, there's a markup on the cost to be able to cover repairs and maintenance and upgrades and all of that stuff. So there is a set, call it a franchise fee, right? So it's the cost of running it plus whatever additional is captured to be able to do future stuff with it, right? This is how much we should be charging, that's how much we are charging.
Yes.
Perfect, okay.
I'd like to ask one question. I see you got residential, you got commercial, you got airport, and you got city. Does this mean that today we already have a municipal rate? It's called, in your allocation model, you have a set of rates that when the city pays or buys electricity for its own building, it has a rate that's different from residential, commercial, or airport?
Yes, it's not defined in the ordinance. Sorry, press the button. It's not defined in the ordinance, but it is billed out in your billing system from utility billing to,
And is there a justification that explains why the airport has a different rate?
Some of that's going to be institutional knowledge. It's again another rate that isn't defined in the rate.
I'll just say, there's some answers I don't have tonight, but this is why we're having this discussion, so the next time we bring this forward, I can clarify some of those points. I, like Ramsey and probably John, I remember talking about the airport rates, and I remember Kathy distinctly saying, well, this is how that works, and Patricia kind of chiming in and saying, this is what we do, but I don't remember any of those details tonight, so I'll have to get those for you and lay them out for you. But it is an odd duck, how we treat the airport electricity payers.
One follow-on question.
Yeah.
If we can't understand because it's not clear and the institutional memory doesn't exist, is it possible that in the future we can just get rid of them?
Yes. He actually has a rate, he has a recommended change.
This chart tells me we have a whole lot of special cases.
Right, so we're going to be
We're only on slide 10 of 54.
This is why you're on the council, you're asking the right questions, you're thinking ahead, and so we're going to be, you're asking the right questions already. We're going to be getting to those down the road. At the end of the day, depending on those, before we move on, I'll just add this final statement, which is depending on those, what Kathy and Patricia tell us about the airport rates in particular. City rates are a little different because you're billing yourself essentially. But the airport rates in particular, if those aren't contract or something like that, we're going to really limited in terms of what we can and can't do. Otherwise, we can look at restructuring those employees.
Well, we're not making any decisions on this tonight, so this is an overview, so I think that let's capture all our notes on this. I've got a bunch more questions, but I think I've got the ones answered that I need for right now. Are we okay to move on? Just, we've got a lot of room to cover.
Yep.
So, again, good questions.
So we've already covered a lot of the things on this slide, so I'm going to fly right through it, and we'll get to natural gas. Overall, natural gas is in really good shape. A lot of the imbalance is again driven by those small outside rate classes, and then you also have, the city accounts also looking really weird, right? But you have to keep in mind that that's a $500 imbalance, and so when you're $500 off in a model that small, it's going to look really weird. So, but again, over collecting by about $87,000 across the entire utility. And so, as we look at things, it would really just be looking at rebalancing some of that, and given the scope of things, that's kind of more of a long-term goal than the short term. On the water side, again, you're over recovering by about $308,000, pretty healthy margin. But that's going to have some implications later as we start talking about layering the capital improvement. This is you have to remember this is audited fiscal year 2020 numbers. So this doesn't have that forward-looking component to it. So overall, very healthy. The speed numbers are, just like with the two other utilities we've already discussed. Wastewater, this is kind of where we're start seeing those issues. And part of the reason why we're seeing that is because it's a wastewater fund that carries the debt for, I think almost all of the debt for the four utilities. So you're seeing all of that debt assigned to one utility, and that's part of the reason why that difference between the allocated amount and the actual amount is so great. The other thing is that water and wastewater are just two very capital-intensive utilities. When you're out doing electric work, it's relatively minor, usually. But when you do water or wastewater work, you have to rip out the street, and then you have to, get the heavy machinery in to, drop the new line in, and then you have to cover it up and repave the street. And so that capital expenditure is significantly larger. And so that's the other thing that we're starting to see with that.
When you made the wastewater's not carrying the debt of the other utilities, it's just that its debt itself is just so large compared to the others, or am I wrong about that?
No, that's correct. There's a lot of wastewater debt. There's not very much. We haven't done any major electrical projects. All the projects we've done have been wastewater related with the exception of drainage.
Right.
Drainage is the one that's fallen off in 2 years. There's a lot of debt. It's like $600,000 worth of debt on the wastewater system.
What is explicit commercial?
It's a subset of the commercial rate class dedicated to the treatment of, has to do with the billing system essentially. It's a subset of commercial, I believe outside, that has to do with how irrigation is collected and billed. Because irrigation, you don't want to, the way we bill and meter
So
usage.
for farming maybe? Like a commercial farming account?
No, I think it might be, I think there are only 2 customers in there that are maybe a larger box store on the outside of town.
Okay, I see explicit
Okay,
commercial.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the reason.
Larger box store outside of town.
So, and this kind of gets into the way we meter sewage. You don't have a meter on the sewer system.
Yeah.
It's based off of the usage of water in January, February, March. or December, January, February, low usage periods.
Bills in December, January.
Yeah, water usage in
October, November, December, and January, right? Usage during those bills in the following months.
I think October, isn't
No, I think
It's
it's
usage in October that is measured in November, usage in November that's.
No, it's still on the winter months. So on the theory that that you're not irrigating your yard.
Let's just make sure we're sure on that, because I've heard it the other way. What I heard initially was it was November, December, January, February. What I've come to find since then, if I understand that correctly, it is actually October, November, December, and January, the usage during those months that is getting billed the following months. So let's just make
You
sure.
say
that
October, then you're talking about the
Usage
October
of
billing
October.
date, 25th of October.
Whatever you probably heard is probably correct, because I know we looked into this. So just so you know, locally, it's the same theory, it's the winter months, but because we bill a month in delayed, then we look at the month delayed to capture the actual usage for those winter months.
it? You take the 4 months and throw out the
You
highest.
throw out the highest one and average the other three.
That's correct.
Which
It is laid out in the ordinance.
Yep.
And that is something that's been recommended at least by one constituent that we not do. That we
More than one.
only look at,
Yep.
that we not try to give leniency, we just look at, pick a month, and that's what we're gonna use.
The rates for the following year. Is that what you said, for that year?
Right. Yep.
The following year.
For the sewer rate.
Because it's based on the.
It goes into effect, I think, in March or something like that, so.
So that's why you have rate classes like explosive commercial, because they may be tied to an irrigating account, and so they have to separately either irrigate, back that out, and do some things with that. So any other questions on wastewater?
Wastewater is a problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And so, the over amount was about $500,000, under collection amount was about $500,000. So when we look at the 4 utilities together, overall, you're in pretty good shape. You have the 3 water, electric, natural gas supporting wastewater, and we understand that that's largely due to the debt service that the wastewater has to carry. And so, as we start thinking about things and what the city is facing with all the growth, and then also the needs to invest in the existing system, are we there? Are these rates structured appropriately to meet the city's needs? And so that takes us into the financial forecast. So cost of service was the snapshot in fiscal year 2020. The financial forecast is going to help us look moving forward. And so as we look at that, we have the ability to layer in the capital improvement plan and variations in revenues, expenses, customer growth, so the new developments that are coming in and what those impacts have. And then also, we get to have a little bit more flexibility with our assumptions than we do with the cost of service study.
Now, let me clarify something on here. So these numbers are based on the way that our system is right now. You're saying that it doesn't include any kind of like repairs, capital improvements, things that we need to do to the system to make it more robust or recoverable.
Right. The cost of service doesn't, but as we layer in the financial forecast, those numbers will be reflected, and you'll get to see those impacts.
All right.
So our methodology for building out the financial forecasts, we projected customer counts.
Can I pause and explain why that is? Does anybody want to know why that is? Do you
Yes.
understand why that would be? It's because from their perspective, they don't know what the situation, what our system is. Every system's different. If you went to antique car collectors, and I kind of think of utility systems in that respect, because they're a lot of times in the same boat. One guy's, Chevy is different from the other guy's Chevy as far as how well it's been taken care of, what maintenance needs to be done, how much it's going to cost to run it, all that kind of stuff to get it in running shape. And that's kind of where the boat they're in. So we purposely don't build that into the cost of service side. You build it in on the back end, because then he's going to go to staff and say, okay, now what are your needs? What are your capital needs? and what are the projects you anticipate really needing to do and how you're prioritizing those, and give us a 5-year look, knowing that there's, stuff farther out, 10, 20, and we actually do have projects 10 and 20 years out, but we're only looking at the 5-year study at this date and time. So that's what we did, and that's where earlier you heard me say we have a greater need. Our CIP shows $7.5 million, but we just for purposes of getting to what we think is a reasonable rate and something that's within our ability to achieve, we level set our CIP at $6 million and said, okay, we're going to cash trap ourselves to 6 because we think that's what we can reasonably accomplish on it every year. Maybe not in year 1 because it's going to take some time to ramp up, but by once we get this thing rolling, that's what we'll probably try and stick to, somewhere around in that neighborhood. And that's what this will support.
Right.
But that's why I came in after the fact, because they had to come to us and say, okay, now as the car owner, what does this need and how much is it going to cost?
What other questions?
I think that, well, actually, I had one other question about electrical.
Yeah.
So one of the cost components, I would assume, is our cost of power from, our wholesale cost of power from CPS?
Yes.
Okay, and did we look at, I've asked this question, I don't know that we've gotten to this point. Have we looked at have we looked down to the detail of phase balancing on our power service from CPS? Did you guys look at that portion of it?
What do you mean by phase balancing?
Because out of the 3 phases, you're charged at basically the highest phase rate. So if we're in phase imbalance, then we're getting charged more than what we're actually consuming.
Okay, so you're talking like the power factor. Well, are we talking
phase balancing specifically?
Phase balancing.
It's really just it's a cost minimization strategy. It's a way to make sure that you're not paying for more than you actually need to pay for, because you've balanced out your usage so that you don't have one leg, if you will, that's way up here and the other 2 that are down here. You're balancing them, and therefore
within a reasonable amount,
balancing out what you then owe to CPS.
This is getting into the details of so 2 things. This is getting into the details of your CPS contract, which I'm not terribly familiar with. I know I was involved with evaluating it last go around, but this has been several years, so you're going to have to forgive me for that. Problem number 2 is that contract matters with power supply are confidential, and so we need to be careful how much we try to do this.
So this is just
this is more of an operational. It's
right.
You do it irrespective of whether it's CPS or someone else. The way that the rate is charged to us, whether it's CPS or someone else, it will be based on that phase power approach, as he's stating. But the short answer is no. We didn't get into that because that's not his expertise, number 1. And number 2, that would be gravy. And number 3, I really don't know what the magnitude of the savings would be. And it's kind of like having that conversation with East Medina on our water side. It could be significant.
I just wanted to see if it was included in the rate study.
No.
As one of the costs, because that is one of the costs.
It is
You're
something
right.
that we need to do.
Hopefully, it is minimal.
It's something we need to
Potentially,
do,
it's not.
though. It's just like looking at the other stuff. Is there ways to treat our water rights differently, and other things that would just reduce our overall cost of having a water system? But we did not do that as part of the rate study, because in my mind, that's an operational improvement, and those savings will not have a rate impact. They'll have an operational impact.
Right.
We might take those savings and put them into an investment in a single year, but it won't affect the rate.
You looked at the actuals, not the potential savings. What it actually costs to run.
Yeah.
No, that makes
Because
sense.
everything
Okay.
else is operational, and really this is more about, okay, what is your rate and what rate is required to
Much higher level.
What, on the CPS?
Yeah, I don't think that's
Yeah.
I don't think that's a contract issue then. Okay.
Yeah, no, so, sorry, I didn't quite understand what you were getting at, so appreciate your clarification. So, what we did when we built this out, looked at your projected customer count, so that's the addition of the new subdivisions and new developments on the water and wastewater side, not the electric side. That's outside your service territory. And the accompanying usage that comes along with those. Then also forecasted system O&M or M&O. I noticed that you're calling it tonight, so you can flip that around for our next presentation. And then forecasted CIP debt funding. So as we look to debt fund future capital improvements, we need to make sure that the debt payments are going to be Also, we're looking at changing the transfer methodology. So moving away from, just a direct transfer to having a franchise fee on the gross rate revenue, so 3%. So any taxes or anything like that, that's not going to be included in that 3%. And then also establish indirect transfers, and that covers those administrative costs for Scott, for Leroy, for those other city administrative roles that get paid and covered and benefit both the general fund and the fund.
Did we determine where the franchise fee from our CPS customers is going? Is that going into?
It's revenue to the electric system, it's not to the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does go into the enterprise fund, great, all right. And the communications are general fund, right?
General fund.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on methodology?
Now, this is a good way to look at it.
So, as we look at customer count and customer growth, I think this is total system customers. So, combining your water, wastewater, electric, natural gas, customer count, and then also the projected capital improvement plan and overlaying those two. The primary impacts are going to be on the water and wastewater systems. Those are the systems that need the greatest investment and the greatest, and also have the highest capital improvement cost per project, simply because of their nature. We already talked about why that is to a certain degree. And then the other thing is that a lot of delayed system investment has happened with it, and so now that's starting to catch up. It's important to note that
I like the way you say that. Delayed system investment.
Delayed system investment. So
Yes.
it's important to note that the new developments are paying for their extended services. So when you're talking and looking at these capital improvement plans, this is old cash flow, existing cash flow, the areas that we're in right now in downtown, and making sure that these the systems in these areas that have fully depreciated and are in need of repair get replaced and upgraded.
So does this mean that we're expecting, when you look at the projected customer count, you're moving from just over 5,000, which would be, we have what, 1,400 structures times 3 or 4 per, right? So, and then it looks like it's going up to 60, increased by.
600, just over.
So are we saying that we're expecting another few hundred homes inside of?
So we'll get a little bit into that in the water and when we get into the water and financial report.
I guess I just don't understand how it spikes up that much if we're not incorporating some of the new developments happening.
We are on the water and wastewater side, and so that's what you're seeing getting captured there.
Okay,
And,
all right.
We took, I think, a lot of those numbers that they provided to the city had those coming on.
We won't get them as electric customers, but we will get them as water and sewer.
Water and sewer, and right now we'll have gas just for the Country Village Estates and not for Osage County.
I believe that's true.
Okay, we can change that. All right.
So
What's that?
There's no capacity for gas.
Well, go get it.
All it needs is a check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, move along.
Okay, so when we look at the combined utilities, and we have other slides available if you really want to dive in depth, I doubt you do. So we have our combined utilities here, looking at that financial forecast. We have the developments coming on in fiscal year 2024, and moving out further projected numbers that they provide to the city. So we layered that on. I think they initially had homes coming on as early as 2022. We moved that back a couple of years. Something else that's important to note is that with the expiry of your CPS contract at the end of next year, we hold your forecasted power costs constant. We're not really sure given the upheaval of things, whether CPS is going to look through new works, and we haven't initiated those discussions in this project. I think we have coming up. So for now, we're just holding our constant. Yes.
Last night, I watched a discussion by the CPS,
Yes.
and they said their rates are going to go up 10% very soon. So that means our wholesale rate's going to go up something akin to that, right?
No, yeah, we still, we're gonna go out and try to find the best deal we can for the city. We may not be a CPS customer 2 years from now. So
But
we're not
your
gonna
model doesn't take that into consideration.
No, we just held it flat because we really didn't know what to do, whether it was up, down. We just number one. The other thing is if they recover it, like from a rate making standpoint, we're going to recover that in our rate. Make sense?
It's a pass-through.
Right.
Well, as of right now, it's not a pass-through. That's one of those things that when we get to that point in your contract and life cycle, that may be a rate change that we would look to implement. To more clearly delineate, this is city revenue, and this is what we're paying to CPS or, another market entity and ERCOT and the PUC, for market fees and all that other stuff that goes along with it. Especially given
PCRF stuff.
PCRF stuff, exactly.
Power cost recovery factors.
Exactly. So, but we're not going to go too much into that. But, yeah, great question.
So where did you said you backed out the new units coming on board by a couple of years, but that's actually not conservative. I mean, that's a detriment to reality because we know as those units come on, it's a greater loss to us in the sewer cost.
So what we tried to do was more accurate. So the developer provided their estimates, which some of them had homes coming online as soon as next year.
Right.
I think we can all agree based on the development cycle, that's not going to be likely, at least not for the volume that they projected for some of those.
He's telling us it's going to come on faster than they projected.
No, what I was saying was that there's more, we're confusing two topics. We looked at a model just now that only had Alsatian Oaks. What I was saying is, well, that doesn't take Country Village into account, and it doesn't take the other 4 developments into account. And so that model, looking at Alsatian Oaks, is conservative because we know there's going to be additional development. What he's saying is, did we give you Country Village numbers? Because that would be the 2022, I think, because I know Alsatian Oaks doesn't have, they're delivering lots in June of 2022, but the houses, the earliest, if you had everybody there, you could build a house in 3 months. And that's if everything's going the way it's supposed to. But what builders typically do is they say, we want them now, but they don't have the capacity to build those houses. They would love to build them. They could sell them if they could only get them built, but they can't build them fast enough. And I think are very familiar with that, most of us. My brother-in-law, like I said, I lean on him for that kind of advice and information. And he's like, yeah, they're always pushing that they could be a year or 12 months behind the builders. So I do think that the lot delivery will happen when it has to happen. Will's got to meet that time frame, but the pace for the builders, for Alsatian Oaks, will be slower. But that said, that's not the only development. So that model is still good and probably conservative. He took the actual data we gave him from Alsatian and Country Village and said, okay, realistically, let's be conservative and say they're going to happen now here.
And it should be mentioned that really we're recognizing these new customers only on the revenue side because the developers are paying for the line extension out there. So the city isn't recognizing those costs. So it's really looking at the delayed, where are we starting the revenue from those new customers? So by delaying that a little bit more, that gives us a little bit more of a conservative estimate on the revenue side.
Because our costs don't increase because of it, just our revenue, so it is conservative. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, so the 2021 is our current budget, or is that?
That's fiscal year ending 2021.
So yeah, right now.
So
That's right now.
Fiscal year that ends in 2 days.
Yep.
Okay, so where we actually should be bolded is on 2022. Right, and so we're saying that, if I can just kind of fast track us through this chart, it looks like where we'll end up net rate revenue would be positive $172,000,
Assuming no rate changes,
assuming no rate changes. But then next year, we're looking at a loss of almost $1 million.
exactly.
And that is because why?
That's when you start seeing those first debt payments starting to come through.
I'm sorry, the first what?
Debt.
Debt payments.
Debt payments for the.
For what we're going to issue. If we issue $6 million in January,
Gotcha.
we're going to have to pay that debt on that $6 million in January to
Gotcha.
support the CIP that we baked in.
Okay.
That I
all right.
level set at $6 million a year.
That makes sense. And this does include the additional franchise fees on electric. Barely, it looks like not too much on gas. Water and wastewater, not incredible additional numbers. I think this would actually be a larger increase in those, but, okay. All right.
Yeah, so, yes, to summarize, Mayor Schroeder's, his summarization is exactly correct. We're fine for 1 year, can draw down a little, we have those fund and rate revenues, but as we look out, there are big costs coming in. So the sooner we start making and preparing for those rate changes, the more that impact and cost and rate impact can be mitigated for customers. It can be a more gradual increase, so that we're not hitting those customers all at once.
And the CIP values that are going to come in a couple of years to hit this, what are we talking about there? The $6 million you mentioned?
You mean what is the debt service amount?
No, what was that?
For?
What was that for?
Well, so initially, when we issued a 6 right out the gate, I would say 3 for River Bluff to build it all at once.
The electrical.
Yeah, about 3 for the
Intervillage.
the AMI and AMR. This is like shovel-ready projects. So AMI and AMR will be ready when we issue that debt. We'll be able to pull the trigger on that. Now, the build-out take a full year for both of those projects. We want to actually see. We'll fund them and then do all the bidding, and then we'll get it awarded, and the contract will start, and the construction will start sometime next year is the idea. That's what I'm saying. I want to let's have some deliverables. But those are the only 2 projects right out of the gate, and then I would actually try to do the drain. I'm trying to think what I said. Drainage would come out of this one, the master drainage plan. We'd do that, so that'd be kind of the 3 things, and whatever that amount added up to, it's going to be in that $6 million range. The next follow-on, I don't have planned out because I'm going to do that with you all. We're going to look at utilities, and I'm going to say this is what the staff is looking at. This is our projects. This is how we're going to plan them out, and this is how that 6 will be spent. And it may not be exactly 6 every year, and we're going to do the same thing with the general fund. We say this is what we're expecting to issue, $5 million. That's 2.5 this year, next year, and then we're going to have that drainage model come in, and that'll be this amount. And then here's some other general fund projects in years 4 and 5, and then we'll go beyond 6 through 10. But we're going to build the financial model around basically a 6-year, an every 2-year issuance, a 6-year plan more or less.
But the drainage wouldn't come out of the combined utility.
No, it won't.
charge.
But we'll probably pay for the initial study, which is going to be, again, it's going to be in that $250,000 range, I would imagine, somewhere in there, 150 to 250, I don't know. Depends on the scope. But if they're going to have to do it for all the new development and everything else, it's probably going to be a pretty good size scope. So that would be in that dash. My thought is we pay for that out of the utility, and then we have drainage to pay it back, and in 2 years or 3 years when we issue new debt. But we would borrow to do that.
If I can skip just a second, just to make sure that we're covering this, it looks like on slide 54, you've redone this chart with the recommendations on the rate changes?
With adjusted rate, with proposed recommended rates.
Okay, perfect. All right, great.
So-
We got anything else here?
Nope.
All right, let's move on.
9 o'clock, let's move.
Yep.
Yeah, 15, we got 10 minutes, man. I know, $5.
Never's gonna win.
I'm poor.
Okay, so, rate recommendations, they're going to be designed towards supporting the existing debt. We missed the cash fund, capital improvement goal there. But support system expenses on O&M, franchise fees, indirect transfers, Work towards mitigating interutility transfers so that only water and wastewater really work towards supporting each other. And then work towards smoothing these rate adjustments out a little bit. And so,
Oh, you broke it.
No, it just is. Yeah, I saw the mouse for a second.
there we go. Okay, so rate recommendations. We're going to be looking at we're proposing consolidating all residential into one rate class. That means the senior residential inside and outside on all parts. So you'll just have a single residential rate class. Same on commercials. Consolidate inside and outside. Part of that is because you only have, maybe one or two customers that are outside city limits. It doesn't make sense for them to be on their own.
Politically, the reason they did that in the past is trying to nudge the people outside the city to voluntarily come into the city. So that was why those outside rates were higher.
Well, that's almost every city I know of does that. They charge a higher rate.
But it wasn't the fact that they were,
Because they can.
it was, they're trying to nudge them to become into the city.
Well, I think we showed earlier that our expenses in providing services to those outside of the city are higher.
Yeah.
If you're reading the meter, you're driving further to read the meter. You're spending more gas, more
We
time.
got one transformer serving one house.
There is a reason though, and it's a very potential costly reason for integrating the two. And that is customers outside the city limits. Even though there's the potential for those rates to come underneath PUC rate regulation. And it gets very costly and very expensive to have a PUC rate case. So the less you can give them a reason for over a couple of customers, fewer reasons you can give to the PUC for rate.
That's what I was thinking too. The mayor and I spoke, you didn't know, so you just spoke to something the mayor and I talked about. I said, this is why we have Ramsey and them doing this, because they are on top of what the regulations tell us we can do. We're going to do everything we can within the law on the rate side,
Right.
But when you try to get too fancy with it and say, well, why don't we just push more of that to the outside customers or whatever, that's why.
I honestly believe, though, we should push as much as the law allows us to people that are outside the city limits. And don't get me wrong, I fully believe in overall community, and we need to help support other people, but if it's costing people that are paying taxes, property taxes, for inside the city, I think that they get an additional benefit within what the law allows without stretching it outside of that.
And that's the problem, is that there isn't necessarily a bright line that we have, like with property tax.
The way it's like law everywhere. It gets tested when people complain.
Yep. And it's very expensive for a couple of people. Okay.
Right.
I got a question. One thing that I'm remembering, when we did the Alsatian Oaks development agreement, there was a key piece that said, in order that people moving into Alsatian Oaks, that we were going to have a multi-tier rate system, because the people who live over here aren't going to pay for the improvements in Alsatian Oaks. And that was one of the main things that we argued about for months and months and months. And we always ended up at the same end solution, where we said we're going to do a rate study, and out of that rate study we're going to have multi-tiered rates for new and old.
So to that end, the inside versus outside is only electric. We're not recommending any changes to that inside versus outside structure on the water and wastewater side in recognition of those differing cost structures.
And none of Alsatian Oaks will become electric customers,
Right.
Zero.
Agreed, I understand
Well,
that.
and the main point, I
But
think there
for
was
water
that-
and wastewater,
Yeah, so this is just electric.
But they'll be inside.
will we be able to say that we have a multi-tiered system for that? So that the old customers don't pay for the new customer development?
But here's what's interesting, is we already know that, like, they aren't paying for it. Like, there's no way they're paying, because they're putting in 100% of the infrastructure at their cost.
Yep.
And the only way they're going to reverse is through the TERS.
And that's a finite amount, and it was fixed on prices for 2015, or whatever that date was. I mean, it's old pricing that's gone up by 50 and 60%, so Will's eating in the shorts right now. when it
So
comes
that
to-
discussion really never should have happened.
Yeah, it's kind of moot.
It's kind of all
At
moot
this
now.
stage today, with what we know, that whole conversation is moot, because we've taken care of that. And not only have we taken care of that, but the mayor and I talked about, the new, it's not just gonna pay for the old. We wanna be very careful of that kind of discussion. But in essence, it is in a way that it is going to help improve the quality of life for all of Castro. The new development is gonna be a big, just as we saw in that chart, a big reason why we're gonna be able to issue a lot of general fund debt, which will not just benefit the old customers, not new patients, it's new helping to improve quality of life for everybody. And that's streets, and that's drainage, and that's all of it, because they're gonna be impacted by all these rates, and they're gonna be more than half of our value.
And
Which
the
is
biggest,
why
well, and the biggest cost for the sewer rates is because of all those new homes. We didn't have to build the systems we built for the existing Castroville. We had to build that expand that sewage treatment plant because of the new development to east.
Yes, but there's going to be a new sewage plant over east of the river.
That's for the developments beyond Alsatian Oaks.
Well, I think that the key thing here is we need to make sure that we reset the rates to make sure that, because right now, electric, that they're not going to get there, is subsidizing everything else. So we need to make sure that they're paying their fair share of the water and sewer, just like everybody else, and then they are paying their fair share.
And that's
of
an
the
excellent point. We want to build a sustainable model
Yep.
that works it has to work in the new area.
Yes.
Because it works in the new, it'll work in the old.
Right.
Right now, what's working in the old cannot work in the new because there is no electric to pick up the slack.
Right.
You got to have your water and sewer rates at the right level, or the new really will be a problem. So to that end, I mean, that actually is a very good point.
I got it now. Thank you.
So, one common theme though across all four utilities is that we're going to propose increasing the customer charge. That's your fixed rate component. And the reason why we're going to be proposing that is because bond agencies really like seeing that. So as we start going out and issuing debt, they want to see that increase, that amount that you're going to be collecting on a month-to-month basis, that proportion is a greater amount from those fixed charges. And it means that in high usage years, you're not going to get as much revenue as you would, but in low usage years, you're going to have a lot more revenue stability. So, and that's what those rating agencies really like to see.
Let me ask a question. I don't know this completely. So the base, when we talk about the base rate, is that up to is all of the usage on top of that base rate, or is it you got your usage rate and your minimum usage rate is going to be this amount?
Yeah, so that, from what I'm understanding, it sounds like you're asking about the customer charges, right?
Yeah. So let's say your minimum usage is going to be, we're going to charge you no matter what for so many kilowatts. But let's say your minimum is 3 kilowatts of usage. You use 10 kilowatts, you pay for 10 kilowatts. If you use 1 kilowatt, you pay 3 kilowatts.
Your rates are not structured that way except on the wastewater side. Okay. Because the wastewater is based off of that wind turbine.
So if we increase, let's say the usage is the same, and we increase that base amount, does that increase, if their usage is above that base amount, does that increase their bill by that amount?
Right. So you don't have anything baked into that base charge. So every, if they use 1 kilowatt hour on electric, they're getting charged the 12 cents for that 1 kilowatt hour. There's not any free power that's included in the customer charge.
Let me ask it a different way. Let's call it's so many kilowatt hours. Like on a normal house, I use so many kilowatt hours.
Right.
And we raise that base rate. Does that change my bill?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll change it, and we'll get
By
into
whatever
that
we
with
increase that base rate. Okay, I just want to be really clear on that. So if we're raising that, we're actually raising the total bill.
Raising the total bill,
Okay.
but there are ways we can offset that, and you'll see
Perfect.
what that impact is looking like.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood that.
Well, the other thing that's not highlighted here is when we talk about collapsing the rate charge, the rate
classes. We have a senior class, and your recommendation is to do away with that, correct?
Right, and so that's going to
I think
increase that.
that's a terrible idea.
Right, so, well, that's why I'm bringing this up, because otherwise we could skim over it, and then we wouldn't get the feedback we need from you all.
Well, you were talking about doing away with the senior class.
Yes,
That's
no,
part of
I
the
don't think that's it.
So, and so when we talk about cost of service, when we look at the numbers, statistically, senior customers are no different than any other customers on the system in terms of usage pattern, right? So, in keeping the, and so providing.
You heartless analytic, what is wrong with you?
While I agree with the numbers.
So it's a policy decision that's
Right.
going to have to be made by the council.
Right, so I've already talked to the mayor about this a little bit, as you might be able to tell. I anticipated maybe your response. We'll have to see, we'll have to go back and look at what that happens if we maintain a senior rate of some kind, or just leave it kind of the whatever, I don't know what we're doing. We're doing $5 off or 10%, or I don't know what it is.
I think it's a 5%.
So it's a 5% discount. So we need to look at what that 5% discount would be, and how that applies and what happens. But right now, the way these numbers are built, they're built without a senior rate class. And I want to make that clear and not sweep it under the rug.
So there may be, if the council decides that, the senior rate class is important to keep, we'll have to go back and readjust the rates a little bit.
Well, we do the
Because-
senior rate class for property taxes as well, and, it costs just as much to run the city without the seniors.
Yeah, no,
It
you're right.
actually probably
the
costs us more because they're
here more.
From a philosophical standpoint or whatever, the policymaking standpoint, this board has already kind of made that same decision on the tax. I mean, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
It's a good analogy, good comparison.
I agree with Darren on this one. It's too much institutionalized to change it.
That's fair. So
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. And when we were looking at, as we were working to finalize, and the background for this is that when we were working to finalize the financial forecast, there were a couple of additional expenses that we realized were getting double counted and we needed to carve out and shift around appropriately. And to make that work and really mitigate the impact on the water and wastewater side, carving that out was the only way to make that happen. Now that we have a little bit more flexibility, we can go back and revisit that.
Well, I think we need to find a way to do that. So I'm not in the senior class, and I don't have a problem with paying just a little bit extra to maintain that for our people that are getting that senior discount. I think that is totally fair. I'm gainfully employed, not here, obviously, this is free work. But I think that it sets it up better for
Well, the
people.
fact of the matter is, there's going to be an impact on your fixed income folks, and that's what we're talking about. Like, we're going to see a rate, and my bill, it doesn't say my name on it, but it's the stats from our family's August bill, which is a very high usage month. The impact on it, you'll see in a minute. But what you need to keep in mind is actually the impact to a low user would be higher than to me, because they don't use very much, and really their bill is the base charge. So whereas they might have only paid the base charge, if we increase the base charge, they're going to have an increase to their bill. I didn't have an increase in my bill because I had so much usage, and our rate on the usage went down. You'll see it in a minute. But anyway.
And just a quick note, your bill this month went up by $5 about a minute ago, so.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yep.
So, so to that end, these next couple tables are proposed rate changes. So we've already talked about senior rate classes, so we're going to go back and readjust those based on your feedback tonight. Overall, we're looking at adjusting those a little bit. Our fiscal year 22 numbers for senior inside are off by a factor of 100, so that should be reading 0.1178. That would be very expensive.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah. We missed that one. Sorry, decimal point's in the wrong place, folks. It is right. What's interesting is it's right on the last two rows, and the last two, the inside and outside commercials.
Yeah.
So we're not proposing $11.78. We're proposing $11.78 cents per kilowatt hour Which would be just less than a cent decrease, and that would be helping to offset that $3 increase for residential.
Just for another something else I shared, Ramsey can speak a lot more knowledgeably than I can, but I came from the DFW area. My rate, and this is what you have to think about for people moving here, the rate I paid was like 3.5 cents. But that wasn't my total rate. I also paid that power cost recovery factor. That was all my bill, but they were charges. They weren't the rate, they were charges that were added to my bill. When you factor in all those charges, my total rate, he says, we're probably around 9.5 maybe.
9.5 cents.
Yeah. So we are out of the money by around 2.5 cents, 2 cents, depends on what the rate is, right? Our current rate is out of the money. And that's a concern because legislatively, the state legislature is considering bills and has considered bills and will continue to consider bills that will push systems like ours to be more and more competitive in the marketplace, and we are not. When you look at the deregulated markets, we're not in sync currently. So these steps are a way for us to prepare for that, not just to make it better for bond issuance and make us more sustainable, but also to make us less likely of a target and not have our head up quite so high from a rate standpoint.
But again, the reason we're here is because this utility is subsidizing the other utility.
Absolutely. No, that's absolutely.
And so, yeah, so that's, with those in mind, that's why we are proposing some of these recommended rate changes.
I understand.
And approve.
So with the caveat to the senior state classes that we already
That you're going to fix.
We will
Yeah.
not publish this list.
so
Do we have, I'm sorry, I need to ask this question really quickly. I don't think we have this. So you had a great breakdown of allocated revenue versus actual revenue. Do you have that same chart for the proposed rates? Or is putting the proposed rates actually putting it at the allocated?
yeah, so we don't. It's not putting it up yet. Given
Because
the-
that's unrealistic. We talked about that a little while.
Yeah. Given the shifts that we have to do to achieve our goals, our broader goals, which are water and wastewater, and then the consolidation of the rate classes on the electric side, and some of these other things, it's probably unrealistic to start moving towards a pure more cost of service-based rate structure. That's going to be a lot of moving parts. We can work towards getting the overall utilities more in line with where their revenues and their expenses are needing to be, but then moving and balancing the individual rate classes. On top of that, it gets really complicated. It complicates forecasting a lot. Anytime we look to adjust rates, right, you're kind of putting your finger in the water, you're causing these ripple effects. And you can kind of predict where those ripples are going to be, and we can build those into our forecasts. But when we start putting lots of fingers in,
That actually answers one of my questions, because what you talked about was making this, like, when I look at it, kind of my numbers brain says, well, let's just fix it and take actual cost versus the revenue that we need to achieve to do it, and just let's level set it all right now. What you're saying is if we actually do that, we're making some estimations that we may be wrong on, so the more we change it right now, the greater risk we either put the customers at or we put the city at, because we're making so many changes.
Well, and I just want to be, again, it's an unrealistic ideal. The cost allocation model is, and I'm going to use another analogy, and that's like, just think about all of us up here. If you sit down with a doctor and say, okay, this is what your ideal self should look like. We want muscle tone, we want diet, we want all these things. But each of us has had that conversation with our doctor more than likely, and he's settled with us on what he really wants us to do, or he or she. I want you to do some regular exercise, maybe get around the block and walk some. I need you to be careful about eating out and make some better health choices that way. But we're not going to get to that ideal where whatever that mannequin is supposed to look like, that's just not going to happen. But
Well,
so
when it comes to rates, it's a lot different than that. So I think.
I'm just saying it needs to be, we want an overall health of the system. We
Right.
want it to be sustainable. And so the goal is the same in that respect, that we aren't trying to create the ideal model. We want it to be sustainable and healthy and be able to fund investments in the utility. And that's the real goal. It's not about establishing or allocating revenues to their specific cost centers. That doesn't matter. The
No, I
overall
agree with
health
that,
of the system
but-
matters.
But my point with this is that if we don't level set this in time for the growth that's happening that doesn't have the gas and the power, then we're,
So, yes, you're making good points. And so generally to that end, and this is something that we've had to have discussions with other utilities. It was one that we did just before the pandemic hit, where they had a similar situation. The council had delayed investment in their water and wastewater system. And there were those big numbers on that cost of service table as well, in terms of those percentage adjustments. The primary goal was, let's get this, so to that end, you're not unique in your particular situation. But to address that, the primary goal needs to be, let's get the total revenues and expenses balance, and then in 3 to 5 years, let's come back and take a look at things, see how things have played out, firm up our numbers, and then we can look towards moving past step 1 into step 2. So to use Scott's example about getting healthy, you're not going to say, generally, you're not going to say, I'm waking up tomorrow and I'm going to lose 100 pounds. You're going to say, I'm going to start by drinking, 8 cups of water every day.
yeah, except if you're coming up on Thanksgiving, you know that you're going to be consuming more, so you know you're going to have to exercise more. And so my point is that we need to make sure that we're doing this, because that growth is coming quickly, and it's going to unbalance us quickly. So I don't want to get high-centered on this. I just want to make sure that we're very careful about making sure that we minimize the subsidy once it is no longer there. And
so my recommendation is let's repeat the study in about 3 years, when these changes have been implemented, impacted, we have an understanding, and we already have a good basis of our rate classes to say, okay, residential needs to go up this amount, commercial needs to come down this amount, for example, and balance in between those.
Cool.
And just reduce the error in the model that way.
Right.
And so when we look at these rate classes and we look at the rate impacts, looking at the electric inside versus outside for residential customers, we have your current estimated forecasted bill on 1,000 kilowatt hours at the bottom line, so 137.01. With these proposed rates, it's going to result in a net decrease of about $7.20. Resulting in a net total bill for residential inside, that impact being $129.80. You'll notice that bill on the outside customer is $129.80, remains the same for the proposed rate because we're recommending consolidated for us. But the outside drops significantly, and that's what we're seeing with that rate impact and how much those residential outside customers are paying over the residential inside customers.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
So, why is Honda the only place in Medina County that we have?
Because the rest of there aren't any other cities that have an electric utility.
Lytle didn't have electric?
Hondo is the only one in Medina County.
I thought Lytle had electric.
Sorry.
Lytle's not considered in Medina.
It's partially in Medina.
Right, but the majority of it's in Atascosa.
Yeah, but they're also similar to our size.
Yeah, but they are looked at.
I don't believe they have an electric utility.
I don't know. I don't know anything because I have no idea. I'm not
Okay.
from this area.
Not a big thing.
Yeah,
Cool.
no.
I just want to make sure that we're looking at, this is good to have this kind of comparison. I
I
always like
don't have anybody taking notes, but I'll make a note that we want to look at Lytle.
They're just
and
really
see-
similar to our size.
They may be served by Medina.
I just want to find out. We'll find out.
Yep, okay. Let's go. Sorry.
we tried to
pausing.
Making a note.
We tried to pull comparable system sizes from around the state that had similar rate structures, and we tried to also pull in utilities that had natural gas systems. So Robstown and Bernie are both larger than you. They're about twice your size, 3 times your size. But they have gas sizes, so that's why they're incorporated here, so you're getting to see that.
But they're right in the middle of the scale, so.
Sorry?
They're right in the middle of the scale as well, so.
Okay. Commercial, again, you're going to see a slight, with these proposed rates, a slight decrease from 548. So you're not really moving in terms of that ranking, but you are, dropping about $35 off that rate, $34 off that rate. For those commercial outside customers, that's a very significant drop. You're looking at over $100 for that rate impact.
$171?
So you got it labeled inside, it should say electric outside on the right
That's
chart?
the table on the
right?
right.
It's mislabeled.
It says inside.
Yeah, it says
Oh,
inside,
they both
inside.
say inside.
Okay, yeah, but we know what you're talking
The
about.
one on the right should be outside?
Yeah,
Okay.
good catch. Then natural gas, overall, we wouldn't propose touching the usage charge. It would only be on the, looking at an increase in that base rate. Customer charge. And that would just be a one-time change. And so when we look at those rate impacts, you can just see an impact of that increase in the customer charge come through. The reason why, there are just very few and far between municipal gas utilities in the state that have electric as well, so that's why this chart is so slim.
Gotcha.
And Hunter doesn't ever,
Hunter doesn't have gas
doesn't guess. Yes.
at all? They're not blue liquid?
I think they're Atlas.
They're what?
Atlas. I think.
No what?
I think Atlas serves their gas.
Oh, gotcha.
I know y'all are just dying to know, Flatonia didn't have natural gas because 50 years ago, 30 years ago, the mayor was the Sharp propane dealer owner, and they had an opportunity. I mean, really, it's sad because it crippled them for decades. And then they moved, the guy that picked up and moved like 6 years later.
So there are lots of stories like that.
Yeah. So my point is, some cities don't have natural gas at all. They don't have any infrastructure because somewhere along the line, someone decided not to for some reason.
Well, like you have little Great Forest Utilities supplying gas all the way out to Alamo Ranch, because Great Forest Utilities, they'll go in there and they'll hook up all the gas hookups free. And then they charge a little bit higher on the access. So developers love to sell the Great Forest, bring Great Forest Utilities into the subdivisions because it's cheaper for them in the front, but then they know that,
It's all made up in the rate on the back end over 50 years.
Yeah.
It's easier than all lump sum.
So that little utility pays for that, all the expenses of that little city.
Yep.
So on the commercial side, you see that customer charging increases, that's something changed.
It drops.
It goes up.
Goes up $6.63.
Water, so pretty intimidating table. That's really just because of the volumetric charges. There are a lot of volumetric charges. Overall, we're looking at a 2-year rate adjustment cycle for this, with a very minor adjustment to that customer charge and the volumetric charges for fiscal year 2022.
This doesn't say what the volume unit is that you're charging for. Is that 1,000 gallons?
Yeah, per 1,000 gallons. So it's 470. So it's currently 475 per 1,000 gallons for the first 5,000 gallons for residential inside. So looking at a 2-year adjustment cycle, and so that's going to coincide with that payment for in fiscal year 2023. And that's kind of where we're targeting is increase a little bit for fiscal year 2022, and then make sure that the revenue is available for fiscal year. But once we hit that, we'll be able to hold that steady, and then in 2025 and 2026, look at actually backing those rates off to lower than where they currently are, because you have increased
Customer base.
increased customer base, and you can spread those fixed costs out over more customers.
So how did you come up with these numbers?
So when we were looking through, we were looking at, the revenues versus expenditures. And trying to determine where the start of the debt service payments were going to start. And trying to make sure that as we look towards that.
Well, let me ask, I think you're answering a different question than what I'm asking. Sometimes I've got this conversion between my brain and my mouth that just doesn't work.
I have the same problem.
So when I look at the increases, when you go from the up to 5,000 gallons and then the 5 to 10,000 gallons in each one of those, my question is, I would think that most people are going to lie within kind of the lower ranges of that, and there will be a few people that will be significantly out of those. And so how do you make the difference in increase going from the 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40? Is that based on regulation, or is that based on a percentage, or is that based on what people are actually using and taking those outliers and increasing those?
It varies a little bit by utility. There's a lot of discretion there.
Specifically on water?
But on water, these are your current volume measures.
All they did was take our current chart and they increased it by a factor, and they did that across the board. But what you're asking is a really good question, because it does come down to intention, and some cities really intentionally incentivize conservation.
Exactly.
One constituent, who will not be named, talked about, well, we should incentivize use. Let them use as much as they want.
Oh, I know that.
Don't make it, don't increase more. And I think I take the opposing view from that. I think you should incentivize conservation. Water is a precious resource. We shouldn't let people waste it, or wouldn't encourage them to waste it. And you want to charge them if they're using a ton.
Yes.
And so that's what this does. It's really, it kind of encourages conservation, but not at the level that I think you could be even more aggressive.
We can get very aggressive with conservation rates. Austin's a prime example of that. I mean, you get a very steep curve.
Well, I think that we need to look at what the actual usage is, and I mean, this is where.
So when we based our revenues off of this, we looked at the weighted average usage amounts.
Okay. All right.
So we looked at actual customer cost usage and weighted average for that to estimate what that revenue was going to be as we made.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Does that answer your question?
It does, yes.
Okay. So, but where we were going is that in fiscal year 2025 and 2026, we're actually going to be able to back off some of those rates a little bit. So we're going to see some increase in the near term as those customer base increases. We'll be able to decrease that a little bit longer term, and as also the wastewater side starts catching up on rates as well.
Well, and let's be really clear about that. What you're saying there is that we need to increase the cost of water right now because our cost of water is more than what our revenue from water is. But as we bring on more customers, it will average that out, and so the average cost to each customer can start to go down, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just don't want
No, that's correct.
somebody listening
Good
to
restatement.
misunderstand that.
So
I can say it again if you want.
Okay. So, summarization of what we discussed on the previous slides, and then when we look at the rate impact, you're seeing a very slight increase for proposed fiscal year 2022 over current. So we're residential inside, average residential customer uses 7,400 gallons per month. So that bill will go up from $59.18 to $62.77.
$3.59.
But you're seeing that significant change, when we look at the outside customers. They have about the same gallon usage, but you have a lot more infrastructure invested to serve those customers, and so that amount jumps up pretty significantly. So you're seeing a 72 to 92 almost.
Boy, Hondo
76.
Yeah, Hondo really hits outside.
Oh yeah, 76. Sorry.
I was about to say, what map are
Sorry,
you looking
sorry.
at?
He looked at the wrong one.
well, look at the wrong line.
Not a
A
problem.
lot of numbers.
So we are still doing an outside rate for,
Water and wastewater.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so it's all now.
But that's
all-
outside city, and it would not apply to Alsatian Oaks, because they're gonna be
They're
inside.
inside the city.
Yeah.
They're annexing. Now, if they didn't annex,
Right.
it'd be a different story.
How many customers do we have, how many water customers outside the city do we have?
Not very many.
Yeah, it's
Well,
going to, it's going to be.
Flat Rocks is all outside the city.
Yeah, it's a couple hundred, I think.
Yeah.
A couple hundred, and then it's going to, and then depending on the annexation agreements and
Like,
the developers. So.
They're all annexing in, that's a requirement of the development, so they're all inside.
Maple Road,
Cool, perfect.
and everybody between here and there.
Commercial, you're seeing a slight increase for fiscal year 2022, about $10, about $20 for outside.
Wait, go one more?
And a few-
Never
and a
mind,
few
I'll look it up
seconds
on the
too.
thing. Thank you, okay. I just want to say that again. Current is, all right, thank you.
Okay, wastewater, this is where it gets, where we were able to back down on a lot of our more aggressive growth. Here, we held the volumetric charges for fiscal year 2022 even, but offset that with an increase on the customer side. Then, in fiscal year 2023, looking at increasing both the customer charge and the volumetric charges. And so, that again, that goes back towards targeting fiscal year 2023 as the year where you have to make that first bond payment. And that's where we really need to start focusing on that revenue.
And that's when we'll start having substantial homes hit the ground. Right,
I think we cycled those in 2024.
okay.
So, moderate, yeah, so we're summarizing the previous slide. And the rate impact, you're really seeing that effect of just the customer charge increase. So going up from 38.53 to 42.78 and 48.15 to 52.22. So it's $4.
So the outside would play a little bit less than the inside. Outside pay would go up $4.07, the inside would be going up $4.25.
Yeah. So the outside has a slightly smaller rate increase than the inside.
They're not paying less, but their rate increases.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, the rate increase is a little bit less.
This is important, so all of you got calls about sewer around April, because that's when those new rates start to impact your bills, April, May. Keep in mind, this is not the rate, this is the base charge. So it's not, I mean, that's the whole point, is we want to try and recover more in the base charge and not rely quite as heavily on the rate.
So on the commercial side, again, this is just on that base charge. So roughly a $4.50 increase on the inside versus about a $3 increase on the outside. But those are still some pretty substantial differences between inside versus outside in terms of how much they pay.
When you compare us to Hondo, we're way over Hondo.
So when we layer all these together and look at these new rates, overall, we're in pretty good financial health. So when we look at the cash available, not the total amount that's in the reserve, that's backing out a little bit of what you have to have in terms of cash on hand. So in terms of cash available, we're projecting the end of this year to be about 1.2 million. And this, with these rates, you get to stay roughly around that amount. There's going to be some plus, some minus in fiscal year 2023. You notice that we're still actually drawing down on those cash reserves a little bit, even though with those rate increase adjustments, that's still not going to be enough to cover that. And so eating into those cash reserves are going to have to be.
Is the transfer amount, that's the current budgeted transfer to the general fund, but where is the use of cash showing up in this spreadsheet, in this table? To pay debt service?
The debt service, that is in the bond payment.
Yeah, I see bond payment, but where is the use of cash going to show up? Does it show that? Did we actually show that?
Basically,
We
the balance
took that out.
adjustment.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the part that we were.
Well, no, I knew the cash, okay, I know that the cash funded CIP is gone.
Right.
But one of the things that I talked to you about was using our cash reserves to pay debt service to allow us to ease into our rate making.
Right, so that's in that position line, so.
Right.
So, the reason why we didn't do that a whole lot is because as we look to increase rates, that's going to naturally force a decrease in usage. And that amount we cannot really predict. We don't know what your, when you go back to your high school economics, the supply and demand curves, we don't know what your supply and demand curves are for your utilities. And so as we look at adjusting those, I'd much rather forecast high and have buffer to make sure that we are mitigating that, because we know that in reality your revenues are going to likely decrease because the usage is decreasing as a reaction to the price increases. And so that's part of the reason why we're keeping that at a more sustained level. We know that it's going to actually probably come in less than that.
That's the same message I'm going to share with you all when we look at the AMR and AMI in a month, because it currently cash flows. We just had a presentation to the staff from the consultant, and it's cash flowing and putting out another 50 grand more or less a year. So it's more than paying for itself. When we go issue the debt and do the project, just the under collection in water alone is going to do it. But that's going to be a shock. No one's going to want to pay that. So they're going to adjust. Ideally, it's going to increase conservation, and just like you're saying, they're going to adjust both to the rate increases and to potentially the new meter that's going to capture more of their usage. They're going to adjust their own usage to mitigate that on some level. They'll level set, and where they level set will be higher than today, but we're not going to count on that revenue.
Yeah, I'm seeing, that those adjustments really balanced out. I don't, you look at your revenue for 2022 and it's actually lower than 2021. And I really think that most people aren't going to see a big jump in their utility bill.
Well, I think that's the next slide.
That's the very next slide, yeah.
Example.
Wow, it's like you planned that.
So using somebody who's sitting up on the dais bill from August as an example, who's already volunteered his information. Granted, even this is a very high usage month, so because we've been especially on the electric side, and that's the majority of the bill, that's offsetting a lot of the other increases.
That's what I'm saying. If you're a fixed income user, you're a widow, and you don't really use very much electricity or water, this is going to have a more visible impact. It's dollars. It still won't be a ton of dollars, but it's going to have a more visible impact on your bill, because you're going to go from paying the base bill of $145, whatever it is, $154 to $178 or whatever. I mean, there's a delta. And that's where I think you're going to hear from people, which is another reason why we want to make sure we keep that senior rate in place.
And so you're seeing that, and so to take that and extrapolate that out, if you look at the gas charge on the sample bill up here, you're seeing there's almost zero gas usage, or there was zero gas usage. It's just the customer charge.
Meter's
so
broken.
for those minimum usage
Meter's
customers,
broken.
you're going to see the impact that much more exaggerated. Because there isn't any offsetting lower volumetric charge to help offset the cost.
I know mine is.
Okay.
I think it's meters busted.
Hey, could you go check a certain someone's gas meter?
What, mine? We don't use gas. That's the problem. I mean, we don't have a furnace, and I don't have a gas stove or anything.
Nope. Jason, them all electric. Yep.
That's
Well, we have something that uses a little bit of gas, I think. That's why there's
I think it's the heater.
what?
I think the heater.
Furnace,
maybe.
Yeah, the heater's gas.
You're not running your heater?
All right. We have one more slide.
Not yet.
One last slide. So this is not going to. This is more of an FYI, but it is a recommendation that we're going to be making, which is making sure that your distributed energy generation pay back to customers aligns with your current policy. As we were going through this.
This is solar customers.
This is solar customers, so rooftop solar.
We have about 20.
For any generation that they put back into the system in excess of their bill, they're getting paid the full 12 cents. That doesn't align with your policy at all. So we're going to be working with Kathy to make sure that.
That's actually something we'd already caught on the staff side, and we just hadn't got around to fixing it.
That means that their return on investment is going to go down.
That's correct.
Substantially, but it was a return they should have never recognized.
Okay, and the reason it should never have been recognized?
It wasn't a policy.
We weren't following our own policy.
Was it something to do with federal subsidies that might have come?
No. Our own practice is not, what we've done by practice is not following our adopted policy.
Okay.
And we should be following
So we
that.
are correcting our policy, and the result is that those people that have made a humongous investment are going to be worse off, and we're going to, because I have one of them right across the street. And he talks to me every day about his bill, and I can see it coming.
Well, so yes and no. I mean, what we're saying is, so he's still better off. I don't know what they paid for their systems versus what they're getting generated, but at the end of the day, they're going to dollar cost average that system over the life of that system, and that amount of power that it generates is what that costs. So if it costs them $40,000, but they get, and it ends up lasting them 35 years on that rooftop system, and I'm using some round numbers or whatever, but they realize that $60,000 savings, they're net positive, they're good, but it's a long-term investment. Right now, so the dollars we're talking about are not a lot of dollars, it's only the power above and beyond what they would have used that we're buying back. So we're not writing a ton of money, I don't know what it amounts to.
You're talking to a 93-year-old
Right.
man,
We're
it's
talking
hard to
about-
make him understand.
But I'm just saying, it's a couple $100 per, that we have 20 accounts, it might be a couple $100 per account.
Well, it's kind of like if you're going to the store and they give you back too much change and you don't say anything, and every time they go back and they give you too much change,
Yeah.
they don't say anything, so he's been getting too much change.
Yeah, for a
He
long
should be
time.
giving it back.
And from a practical standpoint,
It just doesn't
may
make
only
sense.
be 20 customers now, but if it gets to 40 or 100 customers, what that's doing is it's shifting the costs off of those customers onto the people who can afford solar.
And it just, all it means is we'll rate, it won't be, instead of getting 12, we'll get 3.5 or whatever it is. It's
But
not
what
a-
it is, it's what's fair, is the
Right.
city is buying electricity from them for the same cost as buying it from CPS,
No.
thereabouts.
We're buying it for the same price we're selling it.
Gerrymandered him out of my district, so he doesn't.
Well, no, what we're doing now is we're doing it for what we're selling, and it should be what we're
Phil's
buying
district.
electricity
correct.
from. If we're buying it from those individuals, it's the same cost
Or
as we're
some-
buying, because the city still has to pay for the distribution center and everything else, unless they want to just pull their meter out and buy batteries and just live off their
That's right.
batteries, then that's the other option.
You're absolutely right.
So we're buying it for the same cost that we buy it from CPS.
More or less.
Okay, so one of
We
the
should be, we're not.
One of the fears that I've heard is that we're doing the rate study specifically so that we can raise utilities. So I think the one thing that we need to dispel is just making sure that people are clear that we did the study so that we can understand what it costs, what we charge, and we level set that. I think you've done that really, really well. I personally, and it sounds like others don't support doing away with the senior rates. I feel that we have an obligation to those folks, and I support that.
I can speak for myself, I'm a senior, I benefit from it. It wouldn't bother me a bit if you did away with it, it's $10.
No.
I mean, big deal.
So to add a little bit of color, senior customers, senior residential customers are about 33% of your total residential customers on your system. So when you think about that's just a little, one more extra statistic. I'm fine either way, however, like I said, it's a policy decision. Statistically, they're not any different from any other residential customer, but
Many of them are on fixed income.
Yeah, it's case by case.
Well, it's not just that, but if you look at Castroville, a large makeup of Castroville right now is people that have been here for generations and generations. They come here, they stay here, their kids stay here, their grandkids stay here, and part of that is you get an aging population. And part of that is giving them the respect of staying here, and not everybody, I mean, you get retired folks that, they're not generational here, but I think that's something that.
Well, the other thing is your cost of service, truthfully, I mean, I've done a lot of study around this. If you could, young people with families are very expensive from a cost of service standpoint. Older people have more disposable income, they buy more stuff, even though they aren't buying, they buy more toys and stuff that's taxable, and they don't cost you as much from a fire and policing and all that stuff. So they're actually the best customer, if you will, for a city. The problem is they get older. They die out. I mean, you have to replace them. They have to be replaceable. So there is a lot of there's a lot of benefit to that. And one of the things we might want to look at is what our policy is for the senior class, what we're doing currently. So I'm going to look at some different models and see how we can help offset the overall impact to a person who's living on a fixed income. What can we put in place to help level set that without screwing up our model, right?
So yeah, we have lots of different options. We can work with Scott to come back with a couple of different rate options that either recognize that, or customers who fund great programs, or things that are available. We've done this, there are lots of different ways to approach it. So
there might be an application there could be some different things, like hardship type stuff.
yeah, so there are lots of different ways we can do it, and there are lots of, and getting back to Scott's point earlier of, there's that 2.5 cent gap between the competitive areas and the DFW Metroplex and here. That 2.5 cents has a lot of extra value that doesn't necessarily come through at face value, or come through immediately. But some of that is you have a lot more flexibility with providing great support or to customers and such that those areas don't have.
A big part of it in this winter storm was reliability. I mean, the systems like ours were back on a lot faster than the larger deregulated systems. Just because we had infrastructure that was, by and large, either more reliable or just we're more nimble and we could get it fixed quicker, more quicker. So I do have a question on this. If y'all, I was waiting until the end because I wanted to hear. I wanted to get through it. But one of my questions is I worked with Ramsey. I purposely didn't want to mess it up because I see this as I can see it from both perspectives, both sides, both perspectives. When we talk about a gradual rate increase, what's been presented to you tonight, in my mind, let's not shock the system. Let's build a system that truly is gradual. Let's